All right, everybody. I hope everybody had a good New Year, good Christmas, good New Year. So I just got back from my trip home for Christmas and the New Year. I had a late flight last night, and I got into the apartment at 7 a.m. this morning. So I did go back to sleep, though. Not really that happy about it. Oh, that was weird. My dashboard wasn't showing me live. Wasn't showing my video, so it looks like it's working now. Yeah. So if you give me a second, I'm just trying to get back to back kind of in my zone. I had to move my desk for the landlord, just in case they had to do stuff while I was gone. Kind of a mess. I've been trying to get things together, but having to go food shopping and cook dinner and get all my things together kind of has taken up most of my day. I wanted to get some editing done today. Didn't get that done. I'm hoping I can get a video out in the next week or so. I'm planning to actually have myself on video this time. It was significantly easier to edit when I was doing that. So when I edited the conversation with the Zionist, it was significantly easier to edit. So I think I'm going to start doing videos on camera. Next video, I started doing research on it, and then I stopped. And I think that's when I started doing the Israel-Palestine one. So this next video coming out is going to be the policies of Abraham Lincoln's Republican Party and the Democratic Party at the time. And then we're going to compare them to the modern day parties and, you know, see which party more aligns with that. Spoiler alerts. Current day Republicans resemble closer to Confederate policies. But yeah, we weren't really taught that when we were younger. So it's good to be home for the holidays. Good to see the family. Good to do all that stuff. New Year's Day, I'm pretty boring. I spend time with the parents, and parents' friends come over and they have beverages and they talk about how their kids are so old and their kids are going out to their own parties and everything, and I'm standing there having drinks with them. But, you know, that's how things go. So tonight, we're going to go with Red Dead Redemption 2. We're going to continue the campaign. And then if we get some more chatters in here, I'm going to go over plans for the channel for the next year. So NoPixel 4.0 restarted a few weeks ago, and I have some interest in doing some role playing on that on GTA 5. So started the process of that. I signed up for NoPixel and everything, and now I'm still in the midst of researching and figuring out exactly what I need to do. Yeah. So that's that for now. I'm going to turn on my lights in the back. Oh, look, we got 20 followers while I was gone. I need to thank So Freely for that one, because she gave me a shout out on her channel about a week ago, and I picked up a couple followers off of that. So hoping to collaborate with her at some point, but she's in a very different time zone, so I'm gonna reach out to her and see if we could figure something out. And then of course I got work starting up again, so I'm hoping to maintain my stream schedule. This seems to be a decent time still. Once the summer gets here, it's going to be significantly different, but I'll have to kind of figure that out by ear, and then we'll kind of see where it goes from there. So let me update my followers. Let me update my followers goal. End that goal. And then we're going to start a new one. Let's make it 25. You know what? Let's just do 30's good. All right. So let's try to get to 30. Need to get to 50 to be affiliate, as well as average 3 viewers. But I don't know how that's calculated. But I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah, hoping to do some collaborations with Spank Me Immediately, and like I said, So Freely. Let me see if this works. I don't know if this is gonna work because I don't think I've set up the command for it. Nope, didn't work. So I'm gonna have to set that up in Fossabot. And we'll do that right now. Oh shit. Shout out is there. All right, I'm gonna have to do that another time because it's more difficult than I thought it was. But anyway, yeah. So I got the game booted up. So let's go into it. Oh, I'm gonna get a piece of gum first too. Oh, I gotta turn on the lights behind me too. Come on, camera. There we go. All right. Let's get right into the gaming. Honestly, don't remember where I'm at. So we'll go to progress here and look at story. So I am four missions in at the second location. Boy. Sorry about that. So, I am about 4 missions into the new location. Four missions in, and we'll see what kind of random shit we can get into. see where I gotta go. See, there's Dutch, Leopoldstrasse. Let's go to this far one. Let's go to the Reverend.
Okay, girl.
I hunted something apparently. Oh, my horse's life is awful.
Sorry, girl.
Oh, shit. God damn it. How did they die?
Oh, this is all you're doing, huh?
No.
Some bitch, you'll pay for that.
This what you
This is real as shit, some bitch.
What is happening?
Damn it all!
or I'll kill you.
Hey now, you kid bastard! Help! Help me!
Or I'll kill you. I swear.
I'll smash your damn teeth in if you don't quit.
You ain't even worth it. Just go.
I'm gonna end you.
Don't.
Whoa! Shit, there's another witness over here. Why is there so many people around me all of a sudden?
You ain't scaring nobody. Hey, wait up a second.
That man's a murderer.
All right, we'll sort this out.
All the things.
Hands up, fella. Ain't no
Fuck it,
need
I'll
for
surrender.
transgressions.
Whatever.
That's it. I'll take you in by the neck if I have to.
End it with a bullet.
Whoops. Wait, why do I have a bounty if I... What the fuck? Why do I have a bounty if I surrendered? That doesn't make any sense, damn it. Oh, well. Go off about the Dersh. I mean, what do I have to go off about? If the dude walks like a pedophile, speaks like a pedophile, the dude's got to be a pedophile. Also, I cannot wait for him to defend Israel on their genocide charge from South Africa in an international court, because it's going to be hilarious. He's going to gish gallop the whole thing. And whataboutism everything. What's hilarious is he's going to keep bringing up Hamas and say, why isn't Hamas being charged with genocide? Yada, yada, yada. Except Hamas isn't a recognized state entity because Israel doesn't allow it to be recognized as a state entity, so they can't get charged with genocide. Also, I'm pretty sure... I don't know where I was going with that. I was going to say something about Israel, but I stopped. So, Spank Me, I mentioned earlier, I'm going to try to get a video out this week, and it's going to be about Abraham Lincoln's policies, his party's actual policies. And then I'm going to compare him to modern day party policies, and the results will surprise you.
You there! Would you be interested in some friendly competition? I've come all the way north from Mexico to challenge a real American gunslinger. You him?
I mean, if you want to lose,
Real
bud.
gunslinger? Let's find out.
Okay, man. That's what I like to hear. Look, man, rules are simple, okay? Whoever shoots more of these bottles wins. Just draw your gun and aim when you're ready. All right? Ah, yes! Damn it all! How the hell did you beat me, huh?
Because I'm better than you, fool.
Better shot us.
Because America's better than Mexico. Duh.
That didn't make me happy at all. How about we raise the stakes, huh?
All right, let's do it.
Aha, that's a good call, amigo.
Oh, shit.
All right, real simple. First one to hit 4 flying birds.
4 flying birds. Oh, shit.
Stand near me, and as soon as they come out, it's anyone's shot. Be trying to catch me off guard, huh?
Two. It's 2 birds. Really hard to hit birds with handguns. Oh, no. Damn it. Bastard beat me.
It was a good try, but maybe next time, huh?
He set me up.
Listen, you need to pay me for your loss, okay?
Fine. I'll pay you, fool.
Here. Lucky for you, I'm having a bad day.
Maybe we'll do this again, huh? Hasta la próxima, amigo.
Come on, girl.
Oops. So it's been about 5 minutes since I talked to Spank Me and responded to Spank's Me message, so he's probably getting it about now. Spank Me, were you not an older brother? A new older brother? Congratulations. Planned? Not planned? I was the youngest, but now you're a middle child. Oh, my poor brother's the middle child. It's poor him, except my dad was a middle child, so he literally got everything he wanted. I had to defend him though a few times. I had to stand up for him a couple times. Because that's what big brothers do, right, Spank Me?
You're not a spy. Those wretches will do anything to destroy me. My theories are correct, and I can prove it.
What are you doing?
I am the leading amateur paleontologist in the nation, and not one university will hire me because
So
unlike
Spank
them,
Me,
I
Hassan has
actually
Adam
have
Friedland
ideas.
on his stream right now.
You're a what?
I studied
After Adam
dinosaurs,
Friedland just
you
released a
know,
video
big
of
lizards.
Dave Portnoy admitting that he's a socialist.
Of course they're real, you nincompoop. And everywhere,
Everywhere?
this state was once a vast, shallow sea that had the most incredible animals that could walk, swim, and fly.
Well,
Quite unique.
as a big brother
I call
for
it
25 years,
Totalus. Just
it's
for
your
now,
job to stand up for your little brother
I'm trying to gather all
or
the evidence.
sister or whatever.
Deborah McGinnis,
Arthur.
good to meet you.
You need to
Could
stand up for
give
your
me a hand
youngest
here,
sibling,
please?
despite the fact that they're going to be treated like babies their whole lives and get everything they want.
If you find
Oh, my
any of
brother
these
said he was
bones
going to
around
jump
the
in
country,
in
send them
here
to my
earlier when I talked to him, but
at Furwood Rise,
he would be there
Cumberland
to
Forest.
back me up and
Mail me the locations.
tell me that the
I'll reward
baby
you
always gets everything they want.
for your efforts.
Sure. Why not?
And we'll be proving a lot of stuck-up buffoons very, very wrong. Which, trust me, is the very best thing about science. Good day to you, sir.
Dino bones. Nice. Spank Me, did you get to go home for the holidays? Were you able to meet the little one? Raspberries. No, I stayed in Japan and went to Hiroshima for New Year's Eve. Or New Year's. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of crazy that that city was bombed 80 years ago. And then the earthquake happened and then the plane crashed. Yeah. Japan's having a heck of a start to 2024. Fun fact, the United States has had more mass shootings in 2024 than Canada had the entire 2023 year.
These days ain't short.
That plane crash was crazy. As someone that's like studying to become a pilot, it's pretty nuts that that happened. Like, it's excessively rare. Then, of course, when I was on the plane to get to my destination, we were having mechanical problems that they were working on while we were at the terminal. So that was fun.
Swanson!
Then the volcano blew up. Then the subway stabbing happened. It all happened in a matter of 2 days. Wait, a volcano blew up?
Swanson, you hear me?
Did I miss something in the news? Wait, were they thinking that Fuji was going to erupt after the earthquake? Was there another volcano? Am I missing something, Spank Me? Fill me in. I think you're debating me, Spank Me. I'm just seeing a shit ton of like Iceland volcano shit. Ooh, Iceland will tunnel into volcano that's having the virtually unlimited geothermal power. That's awesome. That's some cool shit. Science is awesome. No, there's some eruptions somewhere. We're too focused on the earthquakes. Haha, we're just waiting for another to hit and getting prepared. Well, I mean, you do live on the Ring of Fire, so it is to be expected.
What's the holdup? Are you damn...
Mr. Morgan, I took your advice, sir. I took your advice.
Then your god has finally
Still haven't
deserted
turned on
you.
my
What
lights
you
behind me.
talking about?
I took your advice, sir. I have removed myself from Morpheus's embrace. No more shall I sink, sir. I am free. I am free.
You don't seem free, friend. You seem drunk.
Sit down, Reverend. We ain't finished.
You ain't finished. Look at him. He's finished.
None of us forced liquor down his throat. Friend, I just want him to play.
Now, firstly, we ain't friends. Don't make no mistake on that subject. Now, secondly, he can't hardly see, let alone reason. Now, reasoning ain't never been one of my strong points neither, but seeing I do just fine. You want to step outside or deal with business here?
I just want him to finish the game.
Why can't we all just get along? These are good men, Arthur. They're children of God. They are children of God.
How's about you playing his place, huh? That seems fair?
Fair?
Sure. You want a game?
Sure. I'll play a few hands.
Yeah, I'll play some poker.
Sit yourself down, then.
I just got a random like on Facebook. I've been getting it a lot on Instagram, but never got it on Facebook before.
I'm Luther. This is Marvin.
Hi, Luther. Hi, Marvin.
Fortunate for you.
It'll be a
both, we
pleasure to
gentlemen
take your
about
money.
Same goes for you.
So how do you play this game, fellas?
So, how you two know each other anyway? Don't seem like the likeliest of friends.
You don't mind me saying.
Long way
I'll
back.
call it.
And now you're his chaperone.
So I need to work on my voices for when I do GTA roleplay. Because I have no idea what kind of character
He can't be no real
I'll do.
clergyman. He committed about 5
Ooh,
cardinal
I got
sins just in
queens.
that chair you're sitting in.
I got
Think he used to
queens.
be. He's
I'll put a whopping 30 cents on it.
drifted a little in recent years. Life is a challenge to all of us.
Can you imagine him at the pulpit? If he could stand up.
On the fourth day, he turned water into whiskey, and I don't remember much after that.
He's a decent fella going through a bad time. Disrespect him again, and you'll find yourself in a bad time, too.
All right, all right. Just trying to have a little fun here.
Go.
It is a game after all, mister.
I'll check.
I check.
I'll check.
Queens and tens. I'm gonna go all in.
All in.
Come on, baby.
Look at his face.
Come on, win me that money. Oh, they
Oh,
called.
here.
Hardly a big finale from me.
Oh, yeah. Money, money, money.
For Christ's
Well,
sake.
thanks, fellas.
Yes.
I'm gonna take your money and leave now. See you, fellas. It was a pleasure taking your money.
This is getting too rich for me.
Sit down.
Oh, I'm done, friend. It's been a real education. Come on, Rip. Where is he? Where'd he go?
Who?
The Reverend. Where it? Excuse me, gentlemen. Reverend! Reverend Swanson! Where'd you go? Excuse me, I'm sorry. You see a drunken idiot, a priest, wandering about?
Sure, we saw him, smelt him, and avoided him.
Probably for the best you guys avoided him.
Thanks.
Guy looked kind of crazy, mister.
Reverend! Over here!
What the hell did you just say to me? I didn't say a word. Yes, you did, you bastard. I heard you. Get off me, you dumbape.
Hey! Get your hands off him!
You'll keep. You stay out of it.
Get your hands off him now, you son of a bitch!
What the hell is your problem?
He's with me. You better...
This is a big dude. This is like the same size dude that I got knocked out of the bar fight. Nobody makes me lose my hat.
You're going down. Pair of damn fools.
Nice.
Oh my God, you killed him. I'm gonna get the law on you.
What? I didn't kill him. He assaulted me.
Hey, you! Get back here! I said stop, damn it!
Okay, okay.
Tell anyone what you saw back there? You're a dead man. You understand me?
Yep. I won't tell a soul.
Good.
I promise.
On second thoughts, you can give me all your money, too. Quicker!
Okay, here, just take it. Just please let me go.
Good. Get the hell out of here. Reverend! Get off the damn tracks!
Oh, shit.
Swanson!
How the fuck? What is that little shit doing?
Come on! A friend! It's just a simple mistake. You can still be saved. What have you done with your foot?
It appears to like this place. And once
I never understood how people get stuck in railroad tracks. I know it's not good to walk on them and everything, but I never understood
You drunken bastard!
how it happens.
Get it! Come on!
Damn! That's tight.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, no, you don't! What the hell is wrong with you?
What the hell is wrong with you? Throwing me off a bridge like
There
that?
was a goddamn train, you crazy bastard!
Have I been bad again, Mr. Morgan? I'm sorry. I wish I was different.
Let's get you home.
Reverend, you're looking pretty brutal.
Yeah, that's a wonderful idea. I could have tea with Margaret.
Margaret, who's Margaret? What?
Hey,
there.
I told him.
All right, girl. Yep. What are you mumbling about now?
Kippers, please.
Will you shut up?
Nuggets.
Yeah.
Tea, please.
My computer's being weird.
Yep. Come on.
Always babysitting the Reverend. Damn woke priests. Think they go out and get drunk and gamble. The hell kind of religion is that? I have no idea what kind of accent that is.
You better sleep
I'm gonna
your
use
way
this
to
cutscene to fill my
salvation,
drink. I'll be right
friend.
back, chat.
What happened?
Just the usual.
Poor bastard.
Exactly.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morgan. I'll keep an eye on him.
He was lucky this time. Real lucky.
Hi, Mr. Morgan.
Shit. Just went to readjust my screen and lost my speaker. Give me a second. That didn't really do anything. So that was entirely pointless. Trying to get myself to fill up the camera a little bit more. by bringing the screen closer to me. It didn't work though. So, yeah. So we'll go chat with Dutch. Shouldn't contribute anything. I always fucking contribute. And Dutch just fucks us in the end. Spoiler alert.
Arthur. Dutch? Miss O'Shea?
Well, feels like we are finally getting back on our feet.
You, find a buyer for them bonds we stole?
Not yet, but Jose is working on it.
When we heading west?
Soon? I don't know.
Feels like things have changed. The whole world's changed. But they don't want folk like us no more. We're being hunted.
We are smarter than them. Only the feeblest of men take jobs in the government.
I hope so.
Trust Dutch, Mr. Morgan. You have to.
They got Micah. Dutch. Arthur.
What's going on?
Man,
got
fuck
Micah.
Mike.
He's been arrested for murder. He was in Strawberry.
It's okay, son. Breathe.
They nearly lynched me. They got Micah in the sheriff's.
Wait, why would they lynch you, Lenny? I don't understand.
There's talk of hanging him.
Here's open.
Arthur.
What? The fool brought this on himself. You know my
Exactly.
feelings about him,
You
Dutch.
think I can't see past his bluster to the heart inside? He is a fine man.
No, I ain't saving that fool.
I can't go. My face will be all over West Elizabeth. I am asking. He would do it for you.
I don't think he would, but fine, all right.
Arthur.
You okay, Lenny?
Yeah, of course I'm okay.
You don't seem okay.
You take that kid into town. Valentine, not Strawberry. Get him drunk. And Arthur, no crazy business.
I've given that up.
And you get Micah out of that jail.
Come on, son. I'll get to it, Dutch. Just can't drop everything. That's girl.
I rode as fast as I could. Didn't stop for nothing.
Yeah, you look like you've been through it.
I'm beat. We finally get off that mountain. Then this. Micah's got a crazy side off. Slow down. What's the problem? So what were you talking about before?
What were you boys
God, this
doing?
horse sucks.
You're supposed to be scouting ahead for us.
I kept asking him what we was doing, but he was, you worry too much, kid. Just some business to attend to, kid. You know how he is.
Oh, so being racist.
I do.
He was half soaked before we even got there.
Here we are. Good job, girl.
Oh God, Arthur's the guy that sets his money down on the bar and waits for the bartender.
Drink, no big drama. Can we get a couple beers, please?
I don't want no trouble.
You'll get none from me. I was defending myself.
Tommy,
He'll be fine. Here, have one for yourself. Thank you.
Micah seemed to know a lot of people.
Interactive
problem?
cutscenes. They're great.
I mean, I done seen a lot of crazy
Oh,
stuff.
Yeah, drink that beer, Arthur.
Crazy stuff.
Drinking
You
S&D
shut
Black.
Will you shut up?
Be quiet, buddy.
Oh, they're dullards. My lord. You men is dull.
Hey, leave this fool alone.
Leave the fool alone. People been leaving me alone.
Listen, buddy. You're a charming fellow. One of the best. But me and the kid here, we're trying to talk business, so could you possibly leave us alone? No offense intended.
Ain't no pleasing some folk. Just
Good job,
trying
Arthur.
to be friendly.
No, bro, you're being annoying as fuck.
Oh,
Wait, did anybody else notice that Arthur did the bar tap before he drank that last beer?
that's great, partner. Lenny, where are you? Can't find my friend. You know where he went? Hey, Lenny!
Lenny!
You know which way my friend went?
Wouldn't know.
Hey, you see my friend anywhere?
Lenny!
See that fella I was with?
I can't say, I'm afraid.
Lenny?
Lenny!
Lenny, where are you?
Kids, this is why you don't drink. Because you lose your friends.
Lenny! What are you doing, kid?
Hello, Arthur.
Where is he? Where the hell is he? He's the... Oh, he's standing right there.
You know what? I don't know.
Oh! Don't. Dumbass. You know, conservatives are right. These are real men.
Never met her.
Dropping glasses on top of people, potentially killing them. Getting so drunk you don't know where your friends are. That's real men.
Lenny? Lenny?
How does Arthur keep losing Lenny? Oh, shit.
Lenny, where are you at?
Saw a lot of people scrambling down there.
Are you in here, Lenny? Leave the kid alone, you goddamn animals.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Nobody. I'm talking
Get it?
to nobody.
Because you're a nobody.
Did you say?
What?
I said, you're a nobody, bitch.
Buddy.
Shut up, mister.
You're a nobody.
Shut your mouth, mister.
Shut your mouth. What the fuck? Oh, God. Is that violations in terms of service on Twitch? I don't know if they're allowed to see me pee on Twitch. Lenny.
Oh, Lenny! Lenny, where are you hiding now? Lenny! Damn it, Lenny, stop slumping off on me.
How many of you had, pal?
Oh my God, they all look like Lenny.
Lenny! You bastard! Found you, Lenny!
Holy shit.
I'm Clyde. You got the wrong fella.
That's some damn good hooch. You think everybody looks like your friend.
Been looking all over for you, Lenny.
Lenny, what are you talking
Lemmy.
Lenny! What? I ain't Lenny.
All right, Lenny.
Arthur, what are you doing?
Goddamn woke mob. Not allowed to slap our friends anymore. This was real. This is real America.
You're a good friend to me, Arthur.
Cheers. Cheers. Not you again?
What the hell? Nah, I'm not gonna drown him. What's happening?
Stop right now, you drunken fool! I said stop!
Liberty and the pursuit of happiness.
Nothing like quoting the Declaration of Independence as you're getting arrested.
Arthur! You alive, Arthur?
I want to die. Well, what did we do?
I don't know.
Oh, me neither.
You pair degenerates. There's a fine for drunken violence in this town. You're just lucky no one was killed.
Hey, we didn't start a thing.
Yes, you did.
Well, I don't remember.
Either you fools got any money? It's $10
Nope.
and you're free to walk.
Sure.
Nope, we broke.
Now, get out of here. I don't want to see either of you around here no more.
The hell? You just arrest drunk people and then force them to pay you to get out of jail? The fuck kind of racket is this?
So, that
Oh,
was a
Lenny,
quiet drink?
you're looking pretty.
First one was pretty quiet.
Yeah, the first one was pretty quiet.
At least it took your mind off goddamn Mikey.
Well, that's certainly true. I gotta get out of here.
I'm just gonna have a little sit down and feel sorry for myself. Been too long, girl.
Open for business, Valentine.
Pull in your horn.
It is in giving that we receive.
There's my hat. Wait, who's yelling?
So give generously, for that is what this country needs to help each other.
Who's yelling?
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
I need to fill my stamina.
Look at what we snagged! Dutchie's dog's body! I told you he'd show! Alright, boys, let's finish this aside.
I mean, if you guys want to die. Oh, fuck. Picked off. Damn. Damn. DED. Dead. Paradox. Woo. Skirted by those sheep.
Who's that?
It's me.
Good. You're back in one piece.
You got guard duty again?
I like it.
Mr. Morgan,
Yes, Miss Grimshaw.
Mr. Matthews gave me a message for you. He said when it was convenient to head into Emerald Ranch. He's looking at a few business things there.
All right.
Okay.
Emerald Ranch.
He'll find something too. He always does. Will you be well now, Mr. Morgan?
I'm always well, Miss Grimshaw.
There he is. My favorite son. The best
Shut up,
man
Dutch.
once.
Herr Morgan! Herr Morgan!
Mr. Strauss?
You busy, my friend?
Why?
I'll cut you in.
Loaning? Already?
You know how it is. People is happy to borrow off someone like me, but more enthusiastic paying back to someone like you.
Of course. Who are they?
Let me see. Chick Matthews works at Guthrie Farm. He's a hand, I believe. Mr. Roble, the small
Oh, you're
holder
buying
in
stuff.
Sky,
I hope you're getting that on
runs the
sale since this is
operations
post-Christmas.
badly. Miss Lily Millet is a ranch maid up at Emerald Ranch.
And here was me believing Dutch's bluster about us helping folk.
It's legal work, Mr.
So Spank,
Morgan.
are you back for good?
Does us belong in prison. We
Are you gonna
doing
be in
them
and
a
out?
favor.
Because I want to show you. I want to show you
Make
some
sure
shit.
we see it in them terms.
It's not political though.
The debts
It's just
indeed, boss, and
potential
try not to kill
shit I
them.
might do.
It's very bad for business.
Lily Malay, Roble, and Chic Mashrouche.
Goes without saying. What am I gonna do?
Bunch of bamboo.
You're gonna
What?
suffer,
The fuck are you buying a bunch of bamboo for?
and life's gonna go on. That's the truth of it. I won't lie to you.
All right. So I want to show you some shit. All right, so I'm going to change my category. And change the title of the stream for now. We're going to go to just chatting. Whoops. That wasn't supposed to happen. We're going to change just chatting because we're going to talk about something I've been working on this afternoon. All right. So there's this thing called GTA Roleplay. And the most popular server is known as NoPixel. And pretty much the top streamers have been playing on it. And it's pretty awesome. I'm bringing up some videos now so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. Actually, I gotta find some plugins first. That didn't work. What the fuck? Wow, that's horrendous. That's not what I'm looking for. That's awful. Apparently, there's some weird shit going on in Miami right now. And there's a fuck ton of cops out. Son of a bitch. All right, fuck it, whatever. Oh, there we go. Sweet. All right, all right, all right. So let's do this. Actually, let me see if this works. Whoa, shit, fuck. It's so crazy that son of a bitch. Oh shit, what does that mean? Are you cursing at me? Wait, are you on mobile? Did you wait 5 minutes? Or did you forget you have something else to do and you're not going to be here? Fuck. Yeah, son of a bitch. Yeah, I said it. Oh my god. I was joking you're on mobile.
With magical. I use magical to...
Okay. I found the extension that I want, but it's not exactly what I want, but it'll work. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to show you is the trailer for this. Let me know when you're back on your Mac. All right, spank me. I'm just going to play it. So, this trailer, so the last NoPixel was 3.0. That was the last version of it. So, this version is 4.0. And this started a couple weeks ago. So, this is the trailer for it. So, this is Grand Theft Auto 5.
Welcome to NoPixel 4.0, a complete overhaul of GTA 5, bringing players, viewers, and modders a brand new experience and an entirely refreshed game world. Players will be provided with the best possible experience and tools to roleplay, while visually the entire game will be brought to the modern age with a complete graphic overhaul. Let's show you what we have built.
All right, so just to reiterate, if you didn't hear, this is NoPixel. And this is a role-playing server, GTA 5 role-playing server. So this is the trailer for it that I'm going to show you so you get kind of an idea of what it is. And I'm going to show you some of my favorite role-playing streamers.
Customize your character with our high-quality updated face options and altered appearances. Keep your character looking unique and refreshed using our brand new clothing line with options for everyone that will see new clothing drops monthly. Los Santos has been given a facelift. The entire world has changed and will feel more modern. Thousands of textures and props have been edited or added. Server-side visuals improve lighting and particle effects, which change the way you experience smoke, explosions, shadows, wind effects, and much, much more. UI elements have been reworked from the ground up, so you can experience more fluid and well-rounded systems throughout your character's life. All of our items have been modeled into 3D space, so drop or throw each item and see them in the game world. To truly immerse you and your character into the gameplay experience, a new crafting and...
So that one's sick that you can literally throw the items and stuff like that. In the previous version, you had to like type it out as like an action, like you would see it in like a script or something like that. But now you can literally throw the items.
Health system has been integrated. Weapons come in varying qualities, impacting their reliability and performance with in-depth crafting. Attachments aren't just cosmetic. They significantly impact your firearms, so inspect and transform your guns just the way you like. Our health system breaks down your body into different parts. Wounds directly affect your health, so keep an eye on your character state. And if you need help, EMS players and doctors will get you back on your feet. Vehicles play a major role in life in Los Santos. Your car will have a new look, sound, and more realistic handling feel. Every car in the city has been overhauled, from visuals, handling, and sounds, all the way to the addition of performance parts, like manual and sequential transmissions, all simulated to act similarly to real life, where you will have to learn what works best. Oh, and there are some other vehicles working again too.
Trains, pods,
Housing is being overhauled to now allow walk-in property all over the world. The furniture system has more advanced features to use. Craft furniture and make your house your own. From rare items you buy to items only found.
Dude, you joke about that, but like literally there's lawyers on the server that practice their trials on the server. It's fucking sick. Like they have a legitimate court system and everything. And there's legitimately like people that are lawyers in real life that play lawyers on the server. Also, there's cops that play cops on the server too, which is kind of funny. And then there's people like Hassan that debate cops who are playing cops on the server, and it's hilarious.
Found in other parts of the world. New interiors have been added from police stations and hospitals to your trusted electronics store next door. You will find a huge variety of new places to explore and interiors that can be used in multiple ways to be run by you as a player, as well as your next lucrative target to fill up your pockets. A network of catacombs and sewers stretches across the entire...
This is a new thing on this server. There were no sewers in the old server, except for the ones that were like genuinely in GTA 5. So this is a whole new concept with it.
South side that can be seamlessly entered and exited. Will you play cat and mouse games between gangs and cops? Or are you longing for a dark, damp home? It's up to you. Welcome to Sewer City. The economy will be fully reset and will feel more realistic. All players will have to start...
Yeah, there's Hamas tunnels in this game.
...working their way from the ground up to reach their goals. How you do that is up to you. The context system is anyone's key to unlocking a progressive life of crime and opportunity. Connect with a network of influential individuals around the city, each specializing in unique criminal domains. Embark on missions and illicit activities to build your reputation and trust. Complete heists, craft weapons, trade on the black market, or even help start the next drug epidemic. As a civilian, you play an equally crucial role in shaping the world. Connect with a diverse range of contacts spanning various professions and industries. Contacts offer opportunities, mentorship, and collaboration, allowing civilians to thrive in an ever-evolving city.
So this is what's known as
build
grinding
relationships to
your way
unlock career
in the
advancement, business ownership, contact unlocks, and a vibrant civilian life where being caught for any crime could ruin your entire career. There's so much more waiting for you, so join us, explore, and have fun. This is NoPixel 4.0.
Yeah, so I've been watching this shit like nonstop for the last 2.5 weeks. By nonstop, I mean outside of Hassan's. Yeah, dude, this is what I was talking about. So I did sign up for it. God, this is so bright to my right. Yeah, so let me see this. That's weird. I don't know what to do with my fucking lighting. My lighting's so fucked up. No idea what to do. Anyway, yeah, so I signed up. I registered and signed up, and I'm doing some more research on it and figuring out exactly what I have to do. But there's a whitelist server, which is primarily what you see content creators use. And then I think there's a public one. So I think I got to start on that one, and then I have to submit my clips to them. And then they could potentially approve me for the whitelist one. But we'll see what happens. I have to figure out what kind of character I'm going to do, too. Let me see. I'm going to go with my favorite streamer. I'm going to show you his most hilarious one. So he jumped
Is it time for the glory?
So he jumped
return of
onto the
James Marco
server
St.
for the
Marco?
first time.
All right, he's gonna be born in
And
2009.
so this is Will Neff.
48 years. James Marco's
So
48
this is
years old
him
and he lies
doing
about it.
his
Now we get to have some fun. Yeah.
his character
Oh,
James Marco St. Marco.
James Marco. Insane cheekbones. The most insane cheekbones
like-
you've ever.
He's like a
Yes.
German like
The most insane
fashion
cheekbones you've ever seen.
designer and like also a haircut artist and everything.
Dude, he's
So-
had some work done for sure.
He has the most ridiculous conversations. So I'm gonna play this part here quick.
Ooh, yeah.
So he gets a job on the server.
James Marco.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, who would you be in this world? Yeah, I don't know.
Iconic James Marco.
Like,
bowl
I feel like
cut,
I could do a hog really
or
well,
else everything else falls apart.
but I feel like all my other
Ooh,
dude, it gets better. Wait till I show you what he did the other night. The conversation he had the other night was fucking hilarious. So anyway, so I feel like I could do a hog really well, like a conservative really well. But if I would do it, I'd be like secretly woke. And I'd be like slowly realizing that I'm actually like a socialist and shit. Like I'd be like one of those right wingers that gets so close to figuring it out. But instead of like, you know, becoming like a socialist and realizing the right thing to do, they just go to like off the conspiratorial deep end. But like, I kind of want to do a character like that and then just slowly realize the contradictions with that and slowly become like a socialist or a commie. But I don't know. I think it'd be funny. I don't know if I could hold the hog accent long enough. Like I bust into it once in a while. Like playing Red Dead, I've been busting into it, but it's more like an old school thing. All right, let me see. So this is the clip I wanted to show you. So he got a job at the burger place in the server. So it used to be Burger Shot in the old server. Now it's Senor Burgers. So he got a job there, right? So he starts working there and just hilarity ensues.
That's going to be my job. Hello, welcome to Senor Buns.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I'm just putting the vibe out.
So he realized that he just had to be in the restaurant to get paid. So now he's become a greeter at the fast food restaurant.
Hey there, how's your experience at the Burger Shot? Oh, wait.
Oh, I also want to point out on this, you have to eat and drink or you'll die. So you have to be like eating something. And this is like the only place you can get food.
Senor Buns, I'm sorry. It's been a long time.
No
Oh
worries.
my God.
No worries.
Senor Buns, what are you doing?
This is
I'm sorry.
I've only
should be a
seen
strike.
I've only seen Bruno once, but this is definitely better than Bruno. I'll tell you that.
Like someone to whisper softly in your ear as you order?
God, that would be amazing. While you're doing that, can you grab on my buns?
Oh, yeah.
You guys hear that? I'm getting a warm
You
welcome.
said
The
three
senior
or-
donut
three
is
orders, huh?
$3.99. The senior soft drink is $2.99.
Ooh.
Yes.
They say that our burgers are 110% better than those other burgers.
I believe it. Oh, I can feel it.
Would you like a
Feel it
frozen
inside of
drink with your meal today? It's only 30 cents extra.
Yeah, I am almost done setting up my streaming set up, but holy shit, I'd be a millionaire doing this. Yeah, dude, this is like perfect for you. So what I was thinking of doing is we'll do our Lethal Company. We'll play Lethal Company together and we'll do like role playing within Lethal Company. And then that could get us to like practice. Plus Lethal Company is fucking fun. And then that could give us clips to submit it on the application, but we'll see what happens. I just think it's a good way. One, it's super fun because like you get to, you know, be somebody else. Two, you open up the avenue of more people discovering yourself and your channel and everything and expanding the channel. Three, you could potentially collaborate with other streamers and shit too. So I do want to shout out a streamer that found me from the UK. And actually, I looked at her, I hopped on her stream. I hopped on her stream the other day. Yeah, this is like modern day improv. Yeah, 100%. That's why I would love it. Cause like I'm so much better at improving. And like obviously you've seen me with my streams when I have chatters in here. The streams that I have chatters in are a million times better. I mean, it's hard to entertain 0 people in the audience. But yeah, that's why I want to do it. Yeah, so this streamer here, so she's based in the UK, but she found our conversation with the Zionist on YouTube, and then commented on it. And then I looked up her YouTube channel, as well as her Twitch channel, and I found a video essay of hers, which let me find it real quick. A video essay of hers that she posted 6 months ago that was pretty good. So I returned the favor. I commented back and told her she did a good job, because she did. I mean, it's an hour long, but it's still good. So this is the video essay she did. So anyway, I was on her stream the other day, and I just popped in because, you know, I was traveling, and I saw she was on when I woke up. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll hop in. So then another chatter says, hey, I discovered your video essay, and like, it was really good. And so she's like, wait, no way? Seriously? And then she goes, did Ghost Rider send you? And I'm like, what? So I hadn't sent a message yet. So then after that, I was gonna send a message. I'm like, I'm catching strays, and it's my first time in here, but I didn't think it was as funny. So I just said, hey, first time in here, yada, yada, yada. And then she gave me a shout out, and I got a couple followers after that. Damn, oh, that's wholesome as fuck. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. So I don't know if she has like a list of chatters up or something like that, and she saw that I was in there and that popped in her head or something like that. But I don't know. It was cool. So I talked to her throughout the stream, and she pointed out how I stream at the worst times. What was the video essay topic? Well, if you click on the link, it was about the Mr. Beast videos and how those videos... Here, I'll bring it up, actually. Oh, shit. So it's the Mr. Beast videos and how they technically shouldn't exist.
Hello there. I stream twice a week on...
And then, so she talks about
on Twitch. So if you like what you see in this
how
video,
rich people
head over to twitch.tv
kind of suck. So it was pretty based and everything like that.
And becoming demonetized.
But she goes through like various sources and everything and talks about stuff that I've talked about too. But it's a really good video essay. And yeah, I chatted with her a little bit in her stream, and I said, oh, I'm thinking about streaming Lethal Company. And she goes, oh, you totally should. And she goes, if you play, we'll try to figure something out and see if we can play together. I'm like, oh, that'd be great. So there might be some morning streams at some point to try to link up with her schedule a little more, or I might stay up super late or something like that. But we'll see if it works out. I'll have to message her and see when she's free. But so the only thing is, though, you probably wouldn't be able to play. Dude, I think I figured out what character I'd be. Oh, please tell me what you would be, Spank Me. So anyway, finishing that, I think it'd be a little difficult to be able to play with you and her, considering you're where you're located and she's where she's located. So the time zones don't match up well for the three of us. But you and I could play with my brother at some point, or other people. So, Yeah. So what, Spank Me, what would your character be? Also, did you look at that mic stand that I sent you? So while I'm waiting for you to respond, I'm going to play some more James Marco San Marco.
Stop it! I can't do this any further.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna go make sweet love to those buns if you keep this up.
Oh,
I'm
sir,
energy.
please.
Around me.
I can't believe this advance.
Every time.
Pop your
I like this.
I need that much.
So, gentlemen, let's say that I had no fucking idea what I was doing and I've never made a burger before in my life.
Yeah.
You should jump on the fire, my friend. You'll do great.
The fire?
Right there, right in front of you.
Oh.
Those buns.
Okay. Oh.
All right.
Yeah, just make sure you don't burn them, right?
How do I know when they are not being burnt?
Once they're toasted, right? See, they still seem a bit pale.
You know what's interesting? I worked at a burger shop for, I don't know, 5 years, and I never actually made a burger.
James, I think this is the time where you would take them off, right there.
Okay.
That is the
James,
time where
James,
you
they're
would
burning.
have
So,
taken them bitterly.
is that the way they're supposed to look?
Yeah, no, that's a bit too late.
It would be based on these kids I grew up with from Plano, Texas. They were always two kids named Hunter and Peyton. The older brother was always misbehaving, the mom and dad yelling at them at the T-ball games. Just a heavy whining country-ish accent, kind of like Stephen Choir. But the bit would be I would be behaving in such a way in the most tense organized crime situations. Yeah. So like that would probably work, but you'd have to kind of work your way into the crime on the server. You could kind of just jump into it. So there's like rules and stuff with the server. So like if we would do anything together, it would have to come through role play. So basically, I think what we could do is we could hop on at the same time and say what our characters would be. But then in the game, we'd have to introduce each other and talk to each other. So like, I wouldn't be able to just walk up to you and be like, yo, what's up, Hunter? Or anything like that. We'd have to like introduce each other and role play it like we're strangers and everything. It's based on a character I made called Agent H. He's a James Bond character, and the entire story is like a Bond movie, but Agent H is just this obnoxious suburban Texas kid. That'd be great. That'd be good. That would work good with if I would have like a hog character. Oh man, I wonder if you'd be able to do it from Japan. I don't know. Here, I'll send you an audio message doing an example. Oh, God. All right, so we'll continue with...
I think that's a little too hot, you know?
So they're almost done now.
Oh, not quite. The ones in the back.
When they stop burning, is that when they're ready?
No, just...
That's not quite it.
He's
That's
doing
not quite
great.
it.
Doing great.
Oh, so they're toasting now?
Don't panic. Whatever you do not panic right now.
Oh, I'm not panicking at all, interestingly enough.
Lottie, it's okay. It's okay, Lottie. Just calm down.
Third time's charm.
Look with your third eye.
Oh, third eye. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he did it. That's it.
James
That's
is doing...
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Make
You're
the
doing
breakdown.
great, James.
I'll overview here.
Okay, so now I just watch these.
Look at
For
those
when they're
buns
done.
when they're beautiful and golden. Do you know beautiful golden buns?
Beautiful golden engulfed in flame.
Without the flame.
All right.
You are.
I did it!
Natural.
Wow, I toasted buns. I'm a bun toasting machine. All right, I got this.
Buns before. You did really good.
Yeah. Now, do I stick my hand in this hot grease here? Oh! Oh!
Come here to the seat,
That
please.
scalding
James,
hot
right
grease was scalding hot.
I gotta play that again.
Beautiful golden.
All right, Spank me. I'm gonna mute the mic so I can listen to this. That's pretty good. That's like a mixture of an accent, which is great. It's like a mix of like a Australian accent and like a fucking hick accent. It's great. All right. So we need to watch the rest of this video because the rest of this video is hilarious.
Engulfed in flame.
Without the flame.
All right.
That's what it was. That's what it was, a Baltimore accent. Yeah. I couldn't put my finger on it. It sounded like Ronnie, like Stavi Ronnie. Did you see Ronnie was on the field? All right. I'm going to play the rest of this video because the rest of this video is hilarious.
You are.
I did it! Wow, I toasted buns. I'm a bun toasting machine. All right, I got this.
Buns before. You did really good.
Yeah. Now, do I stick my hand in just hot grease it? Oh! Oh!
Come here to the seat,
That
please.
scalding
James,
hot
right
grease was scalding hot.
James, run some water underneath right now. James.
Oh, yeah, okay. Let me come over
Don't want to
here.
blister. Come on.
Oh no, that's a hot water sink. That's a hot water sink.
Oh! Oh, this water is scalding hot! Hey, look at that.
The best part is the other roleplay characters within the kitchen are breaking. He's making them break. Even the way he walks. Yeah, I was going to mention that. He literally... So you can set up how you walk within the game itself. So he picked the cuntiest walk he could find.
I finished the patties.
Watching the buns catch on fire was...
Are you letting it marinate?
Oh, that one was extra well done. Toasting the buns.
Before it's catch on fire.
Don't rush me!
It's catch on fire.
I think I
can't rush on.
This is your fault. You rushed me. You made me panic.
Okay. Okay, we're doing this. We're okay.
Really?
Oh my god. I burned my hand on the grill. I'm so sorry.
So when that happened, he was literally standing there for like 5 minutes and then he hit the wrong button and punched the person in the face.
Oh shit, I burned my buns. I can't see them.
They're being overseen. It's not a problem. It's not a problem.
I'm sorry, I was cutting onions here.
Burgers on the bun.
Sometimes
For some reason, I cannot see the buns.
Do you want to?
Lamau, he just leapt. Yeah. So this is his Twitch channel. And he's like, oh God, he's just an entertainer. He's so fucking funny. He does late night ones, so he'd be perfect for you. So he streams like late night West Coast time. So he'd be perfect for you. So you'd catch him kind of like your afternoon or like your evening. It gets better here.
To try another station, would that be easier for you? If you can't
Yes, I'll go back to washing dishes. I'm sorry.
Fry is very easy.
I cry. I cry.
You can no burning
just
here. You're not gonna
hold
fit
off and punched that poor
no
fucking
fingers in the grease.
I just
make sure
fucking
you got the
hold
right
off
chicken
and
in it.
sucked him.
The fries in.
And I just scoop some here, huh?
Yeah, just scoop it up, but just make sure you're not. Make sure you're fulfilling an order.
Dude, I swear to you, I was laughing so fucking hard when the buns started burning. And then I just hauled off
249
and punched that kid in the face, dude. He goes, sorry, James Marco.
I'm hearing a lot of talk of spunking. Did anybody in here spunk?
Okay, so, all right, go take a nap.
Kelp, yeah, that'll do.
Yep.
Yeah, at the back there's
Maybe
a
James
nice
Marco
little.
can just work at a different station from now.
All right, I'm going for a smoke break. Don't wait up for me.
Oh, damn it. It didn't show that one. Shit. So later on, he punches the exact same character in the head and it incapacitates him, and they have to get taken to the hospital. uh
All right. I think there was dead man in the backseat weekend at Bernie style.
I think we're very
Excuse me, Officer Clitoris. Hello, Officer Clitoris. My friend said that I should meet you.
Oh, howdy. What can I do for you?
I just saying hello. I'm new to the city, making friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not here to make friends, son. I'm here to work.
Oh,
Hey, it's nice to meet you, sir.
nice to meet you. James Marco St. Marco.
Nice to meet you, James Marco St. Marco. I'm Leon Cassidy, sir.
Leon Cassidy. That's a good name.
Thank you.
So the sheriff here, I think his first name is Cletus. So he's just being a typical foreigner, not quite understanding someone's name. So that's why he's calling him Officer Clitoris.
Leon, you have nice cheekbones. You have a model?
I haven't ever, actually.
Ooh. Well, if our paths cross again, I'd love to talk to you about maybe walking the runway.
Okay.
Now I have to go work in a fast food burger establishment because I've fallen on the hard times. Oh, and who are you?
Siobhan Fitzpatrick. I think I might be the only attorney in the city at the moment.
Siobhan Fitzpatrick. I was actually for quite a long time the mayor of Dusseldorf's Fist Boy. Do you know what that is?
I know what Dusseldorf is, but I don't know what a Fist Boy is.
It's probably for the best. Anyway, I don't want to take up much more of your time.
Fist Boy?
Yes.
Lamau, yeah.
Why did you ask?
If you have to ask, you probably can't afford.
So there's another conversation I'm going to bring up that he had the other night. I was dying.
I know. I need to know what a Fist Boy is. I need to know.
Wow.
James Marco St.
absolutely
Marco,
right.
please tell me what a fist boy is.
You see, sometimes there are men who require more than a normal amount of pleasure. 1 or 2 fingers won't be enough for their prostate. So, a man like myself with supple, delicious hands pleasures them in a extreme and violent way.
You have really nice hands.
Violent.
Thank you.
So do they do a lot of this fist boy work over there in Germany? Where you from?
Oh, let me think. I would say a fist boy is about as common as like an Uber driver here in the United States.
The guy in the back, like, violent? Yeah. I missed that part of the conversation, but I'm hearing it now watching this video.
Well.
Anyway, I know.
So in this game, people typically have push to talk so that they can laugh off mic, like he's doing when he's breaking, when he says ridiculous shit.
Oh my God, my friend got stabbed while I was talking to you. Oh Jesus.
Who got stabbed?
James!
No, I don't think he got stabbed.
James! What did they do to you? What happened to you? I was talking to the police.
I don't think they packaged up my bleeding problem.
Oh my God, you bled out.
That sounds like a lawsuit.
He looks pretty shitty.
No, it's just the gelatin and everything kicking in, making him a little bit limp.
Can I get a little bit of that for my private uses?
You can probably buy some from over the counter at the hospital.
Oh.
Stuff we have those for medical.
Okay, yeah. Do they have what are called poppers at the hospital too?
They might do.
You usually use it to like clean jewelry, and then you smell it and it loosens up your arschlick. James, you cheeky old bastard, stop looking up my kilt.
thinking broken spines it is.
Oh, no. James, don't worry. If we go back to the hospital this time, we'll get you that Botox for sure. We'll get you the Botox, quick neck tuck, eyelid enhancement, penile lengthening surgery, big toe shrinking procedure.
Damn it.
Is that a thing?
Oh, yeah. In Germany, a large big toe is...
So when... This is so much like Bruno. I love it. Yeah. So he was talking to a bunch of people. It probably has it in this conversation. Let's listen to this conversation because I think it'll be here.
Boss. And he got canceled, unfortunately. Oh, it's just loading.
Is that too loud?
Holy shit, that breast milk hit like fuck.
Is that too loud or is that fine? Okay. Sorry. Sorry,
Wow,
this part's fucking boring. I promise it gets better. So, rewind to that song real quick. I have to Shazam it.
Clean up your act.
Fine.
No! Help me!
Alright, I'm gonna refill my drink while you Shazam
For
it.
the love of God! Your settings reset? I don't think... Oh. Nope, it's just loading. Holy shit, that breast milk hit like fuck.
Polizei, 3, 4, Grenadier, 5, 6, alte Keks, 7, 8, gute Nacht.
Wow, I had a freak out in there.
You guys don't shake up and clean up your act, who knows what's gonna happen? And meanwhile, Tracy, you've been texting this whole time. Who are you texting that's so important? Join the circle. I mean, really? Really? Sorry. Nicotine hasn't hit yet, so, no, the edge hasn't really been taken off yet. Yeah. Oh, don't shrug your shoulders and wave your hands at me, okay?
You don't mind if I smoke with you?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, just talking to some friends of mine.
Yeah, sure. No, I get it. Sometimes I yell at my friends, too.
All right, you get it? Ein, zwei, Polizei by Morto.
Well,
1, 2, please.
spank my ass and rub me with Vaseline.
Remind me after this. I got another song for you. That's a banger. Absolute banger. But I can't get it on iTunes for some reason. And Will Neff plays it all the time. That's how I found it. All right. So this conversation is hilarious. This is the conversation that I was looking for.
Sure.
Jawline.
How much?
Oh my God, chiseled jawline.
Yeah?
Incredible style, a German accent.
Yeah?
Could that be?
Who?
Oh my God, it's him.
Who is him?
Marco?
Oh, yes, that's me. Oh, my God, hello.
I'm a huge fan of your work, sir.
How you doing? Let me give you a kiss.
Oh, I would love that.
Oh shit, I think my brain kind of reset here a little bit. Oh fuck.
Yeah, that happens.
Just think about what the kiss would be like.
Oh.
So notice that he's like, oh, just pretend that this is it. Because I just went to point at the screen. I realized you can't see. So he had quick animations, but he had just taken a nap. So whenever they said, oh, you need to take a nap, they have to kind of reset the server for themselves and get it working properly. So now he's just kind of trying to role play out of the awkwardness. But these are all like general emotes and everything. So their characters can do it.
Goodness.
There you go. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're fine. You know, I was a huge fan of your work. Incredible. What brings you to Los Santos again?
Oh my God, I tell you what. I was working for a really shitty boss. And he got canceled, unfortunately, and
Okay. So I want to give you, Spank Me, I want to give you 3 guesses who he's going to say he worked for. So he said it was a shitty boss, and he said they got canceled. I'll give you 3 guesses while I adjust my camera. Harvey? No. There's your first guess. You got 2 more. I'll do a German style, too. So you got 2 more. Skrelly? Nope. 1 more. You're going to die when you find out. All right, I'm going to give you 20 seconds. Polanski? No. All right. So now I'm going to let you watch, and I'm going to let you be surprised.
you know.
Oh, you're fine. You know, I was a huge fan of your
I
work.
rewound it a little bit so you could hear the whole conversation.
What brings you to Los Santos again?
Oh my God, I tell you what. I was working for a really shitty boss. And he got canceled, unfortunately, and, you know. So I came back to Los Santos because I was flat broke.
I hate cancel culture.
I know.
Disgusting.
I know, I just don't think America was ready for the Yeezy edition and Frank's Diary shoes that he was planning. You know, I said, Kanye, please, this is a bad idea. And he said, this is going to be the future. And
Lamau, yes, Kanye. He's claiming he worked for Kanye. So the span from NoPixel 3.0 to 4.0 is a 5-year period. So he's saying he worked for Kanye for the last 5 years. And this is him describing the Anne Frank Yeezys. It gets better, I promise you.
I, you know, foolishly followed him. And then Adidas, they
don't see why they're not. I mean, think about it.
Yeah, it was going to be very tasteful.
For so long, you know?
Yeah, the inliner of the sole was going to be the pages of her diary, and yeah, it was very cool.
Wait, like which parts of the diary though? Like the parts that they normally have people read in school, or like the really kind of overly sexual awakening parts that people honestly shouldn't read because it's kind of like intrusive if you think about it. Like, I'm gonna be honest, if I'm like a teenage girl and I'm, you know, being hunted by the Nazis and they're trying to commit genocide on us, you know, and I'm like, you know, pouring my heart out about my sexual, you know, tendencies, I don't really want a bunch of fucking, you know, hundreds of millions of people reading that years in the future. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was those parts.
Fuck, that would make the shoes sell better.
Yeah. You know, he's an artist. He will never compromise his vision.
When I watch him role play, my stomach literally hurts from laughing so hard, and I end up crying like 3 times in the stream. So Spank Me, I do have to show you on Twitch. So I have the better TTV emotes. So laughing, so you don't have to type like Lamau or ha ha ha. You can do this one, Kek W. Type in Kek W, or you could do Omega Lol. There is a Lamau, I think. What else do I have? That's what I have for laughing. Yeah, I have Omega Lol and Kek W. But I'm pretty sure there's one for Lamau as well. Can't remember what it was though. I'm looking at it on my other screen right now. Shit. Sorry, I'm ruining the content. All right, we won't get Lamau. But anyway, you can use those emotes when you're laughing, so you don't have to type out ha 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 or Lamau. If you want an emote for Lamau, I can find one. But anyway, let's continue with the Anne Frank collection Yeezys.
Holy shit! So what have you been up to these days? You look as an artist. Yeah, it was those parts.
Fuck, that would make the shoes sell better.
Yeah. You know, he's an artist. He will never compromise his vision. Holy shit! So what have you been up to these days? You look handsome.
Oh, yeah, that would make them sell better. Oh, God. Oh, it was so fucking hilarious. Oh. Shit. So he's also creating a scientistology
James?
religion.
James? Marco?
So this interaction is at the beginning of when he's starting the scientificology. This is the beginning of the stream. So this is right when he walks out of the apartment. So he just runs into these random 2 dudes and he has a conversation with them.
James? Marco? Saint?
James!
Marco. Yeah.
That is the most non-German name I've ever heard.
Well, it's my designer name. My original name is not very popular. It's Rommels.
Ramos is your original name?
Rommels.
No, don't, don't.
Yeah, that's why.
So for reference, he's saying Rommel.
I changed it.
No, nope.
Yeah, now you get it.
James Marco St. Marco, got it. Yep.
I was named after the desert fox.
Nope.
So, for those in chat that don't know who he's referring to, this is the Rommel that he's referring to. The desert fox. Yeah. It was the guy that was in charge of Nazi Germany within North Africa. I think he was like a tank guy. Yeah, commanded the 7th Panzer Division during the invasion of France, and he led German and Italian forces in the North African campaign. So that's what he's referring to. That's what I thought, Lamau. Yeah.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
See? You asked.
No.
You asked.
No.
So it's funny because the other guy realizes who he's talking about. Oh my God, I haven't been showing it at all. Fuck, why didn't you tell me that? I got to start over.
James
replay that.
Marco Saint Marco. Yeah.
That is the most
that's easy.
non-German name I've ever heard.
Well, it's my designer name. My original name is not very popular. It's Rommels.
Ramos is your original name?
Rommels.
No, don't, nope, nope.
Yeah, that's why I changed it.
No, nope.
Yeah, now you get it.
James Marco St. Marco, got it. Yep.
I was named after the desert fox.
Nope.
Yeah,
nope.
see? You asked.
No.
You asked.
So this is what I was showing on my other screen. This is the guy, 7th Panzer Division for Nazi Germany. The conversation gets more unhinged.
No.
I told you.
No.
James is better.
No.
Honestly, it's very impressive that the other person role-playing knows who he's talking about. Because that name, for as much fascism as historical fascism I know, that name kind of slipped my brain when he initially said it. But goddamn.
No!
It's better, isn't it?
James,
Say James.
It's 2024. It's James.
You brought that upon yourself.
No.
I was the one who changed my name.
James, no.
I told you. I said I changed my name to James. You said, "Oh, why you do this?"
Can you stay? Keep. Let me talk to you over here.
James, give us a second, please.
Sure. Okay.
You're telling me, James, that you...
So I'm pretty sure they walked over there so he could explain to the other guy who Rommel was.
renamed yourself.
No. That was his name before. No. That was the name before.
You have completely misunderstood.
His name now is good. We like his name now.
And he changed it to
Yeah, I was named something problematic by my parents.
Exactly. Yep.
And I said, no, I do not want to be named this. I'm going to change my name to something creative.
Okay, I respect that then.
What was your last name?
Abus.
What was your full?
Just Abus.
Rommel Abus?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not bad.
No. What, did you think it was going to be like something like Adolf or something really shitty?
Whoa!
What you said? I feel like you were leading the witness.
It is crazy, Captain.
Why are you looking at me like that?
It is James Marco now. I am fashion designer. Very progressive. So we don't need to worry about any of those things.
Well, what have you designed? Like, what's your...
For a while, I was very famous hairstylist for many of celebrities. Okay. So I styled...
Why are you looking at me like that? Yeah, 100%. This is like top tier role play right here. Like, this is incredible. This shit's incredible. How they just bounce off one another and it just gets more ridiculous and they just roll with the punches and it just gets better.
All the biggest hairs in the world. I did Amber Rose and Michael Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal. I also did
a little bit for a period of time.
Dr. Phil.
Dr. Phil, what the?
He had a little bit of hair back there.
Yeah, on the side,
Yeah.
not on the top.
Wait, what are you talking about? This is very cool haircut in Germany. This is called the East Berlin horseshoe. I invented this cut.
But Shaq and Michael were both bald though.
I mean, you say bald, I say that they had very cool, very tight summer cuts.
All right, you got a point. All right.
All right, how about this celebrity? Definitely not bald. Bruce Willis.
When was it that you used to
like
cut his hair?
when? Yeah, like when?
Oh. Let me think, Bruce. I'm trying to think the last time I cut his hair.
Oh, so that cut there, he was talking to chat and trying to figure out when Bruce Bruce Willis was the baldest he was.
Oh, you know when I cut his hair? Right before Pulp Fiction.
What? Oh, wait.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I don't even think I was born.
You keep saying bald, but these are very tight haircuts, very close to scalp. You know who else I cuts hair?
Who?
Good.
Jada Pinkett Smith.
She's bald as well. Did you cut her hair?
What? You know what? I think you're misunderstanding my art.
Your fucking mouth!
Oh, shit. Are you a super fan or something?
What?
I kind of am.
Yeah. These are very cool, very tight haircuts.
I mean, Jada's hair was cool during the Matrix era, but now she got no hair.
Hey, you talk about Jada like that, you're gonna have a problem. You know what?
Okay. No.
We're gonna have a problem.
Yeah.
I'm good.
So I had this career as hairstylist, and then I was very famous director for a little
Very
bit
tight summer
in
cuts,
Germany.
Spank me.
Yeah.
Really? God damn, your
Yeah.
resume's insane.
I make like parody film.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
You probably see my movie. Any movie, really. You ever seen
any movie?
Jurassic Park?
Jurassic Park? You made a parody of Jurassic Park.
Yeah, it was called Jurassic Pork.
Was it just pigs running
You
around?
got me fucked up, James.
No, it was not pigs running around. Okay, here's another one. You've heard of Men in Black?
Of course.
I made film called Men in Back.
Men in Back.
Oh, he's making
Yes.
pornos.
Okay. All right.
Whoa, this is very baseline way to refer to my art. These are erotic film, we call them, not porno.
Pornos. That's what we call it in America, okay, James? You're from Germany.
No, these are very high artistic expression that happen to have full penetration.
Let me understand the timeline, okay? You turned 20. You turned 20, okay? What is your what job are you doing?
When I was 20, I was a fist boy.
Fist boy.
Walk me through that.
What does that entail? I don't know if I
Walk
want
me
to
through
ask.
that.
What
No,
does
walk
that
me through that.
entail?
This is when very rich, affluent men in Germany pay for me to use my whole of hand to violate their Arschloch.
Oh, hell no, son. We done. Son, we out here, bro.
How much? Wait, how much does that cost?
No.
Oh, this is like, you make pretty good living doing this, really.
So like this is gonna be good for that?
Oh, I appreciate the offer, but I have retired as fist boy long ago now.
Can I get that money back then?
Of course, hold on.
I was about to say, James, you need to take yourself to Vanilla Unicorn, man. You might make some money over there.
Lamally reactions in the background. Yeah,
there you go,
100%.
Frank.
So you were a fist boy until what age?
Oh, the market for fist boy very competitive. Everybody want young, very twinky fist boy. So once I hit like mid of 20s, I start to get into styling of hair.
Okay, so 25, you went from fist boy to styling hair. After you finished styling hair, when did you start making the films?
Oh, this is, I started making the film right before I moved to Los Santos. So this is like 5 or 6 years ago. And then I come to Los Santos to make film and it kind of go all wrong. Hang on, I'm getting phone call. One moment.
Okay.
So this conversation is great.
Uchi, baby, how you doing?
We're sorry.
This guy's
All of our representatives are
No, he's cultured.
Please remain on the line as
He's
we value
cultured.
your call.
Hey, I think you got something on your shoe. I think you might need to
What the fucking? I'm put on hold on call that call me.
jump to get it off.
Hello, this is Uchiha Jones. How can I help
Oh,
you?
there you go. You got it.
Oh, hey Uchi, you did I call you? What the fuck?
Something on your shoe. You're good now.
Yeah, what do you want?
Oh, that's crazy because I thought you just called me.
That's my first name.
Highly unlikely.
Okay, I guess you want to like get up to some shit and get a fucking around in the city and do dumb shit.
Long time, man.
Yeah, let me switch you over to my decision-making department.
Yeah.
All right, I'll hold.
There used to be a cop. Yep.
So these two improv together
Correct.
constantly.
Yep.
It's fucking hilarious.
Now I wear beanies and rock Timbs and wear leather jackets because I'm cool.
Yes.
Hello, Marco, is this the decision-making department?
Yeah, we came to the conclusion, Mr. Marco, that we would love to hang out and get into some craziness.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's great. Could you transfer me over to the planning department then?
Yeah, absolutely. 1 second.
All right, thank you.
All of our representatives are currently busy. Please stay on the line, and your call will be answered by the next available representative. The estimated hold time is currently less than 90.
Hey, guys, good news. Good hold time.
You are currently caller number 32.
Oh, fuck! Caller number 30, this bullshit!
For your patience.
Here, what's the phone number? I'll give it a call.
Hold on. Wait, oh, shit.
Let me see if we can get
Oh, my God. Wait, wrong department!
Here, what's...
Yeah.
So you got it now, Spank Me.
I think I was transferred to wrong department before this.
Highly unlikely. We're too professional over here.
Because it sounded like someone was, like, having vigorous sex in the phone.
What, like mascara running down the face sort of sex?
Yeah.
Oh my God. That is one hell of a creative imagination there, Marco.
All right, well, this is the planning department now?
Got into this shit, though.
Say, where are you right now?
I'm just outside the apartment right now.
Oh, and what are you wearing?
I'm kind of dressed like a penguin.
Yeah, why?
No, he's dressed like a.
I don't know. This is kind of like my new look for right now.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm right.
So I do gotta mention his current look that he's talking about. That he looks like a penguin. He's literally wearing flippers. So again, he's way ahead of his time, fashion-wise. The Yeezy and Frank collection.
Inside the apartment right now. I could come down there.
All right, I'll meet you right in front.
All right, I'll be right out there.
Cool.
Let's see what this mumbo jumbo's all about.
Are we at the courthouse?
Yeah, I want to see what it looks like.
There's an emergency. Hello. Hello. There's an emergency.
All right, so this is literally a trial that lasted the entire fucking day. It lasted like 8 hours. I haven't seen it yet, but I saw like the end of it. And there's a guy role playing as Vivek Ramaswamy, but he's going by Vivek Ramaswamy. And he's hilarious. And he's running for mayor. And there may or may not be an event happening tomorrow, January 6th. At 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Pacific. Just pointing it out. Let's see. Is there anything good here? So I want to show you what they're wearing. So these suits that they're wearing, they're calling the fuck Beastmasters 5000. So this is Sear, this one here. This is him here, and then this is James Marco St. Marco here. So Sear, every time he walks, he does the robotic sound. And they're talking about how it's the hottest, latest fashion. All right, so that's my favorite streamer besides Hassan. Let's see. What do we want to watch? Do you want to watch that So Freely video essay? Do you have time? Because it's an hour long, so if I react to it, it's going to be probably like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. What do you think, Spank Me? Or do you want me to look up more NoPixel stuff? Planting Babu? Watching? I'm assuming you mean bamboo. Yeah, bamboo, that's what I thought. The 1 hour one? Okay. But if we watch it, though, you have to watch it. You have to open it on another tab, watch it at 2x speed on mute, so she gets another view. Deal? Deal? All right. I'll get the link for you again.
There is no way to track individual video.
All right. Do we want closed caption or no closed captioning? How do I pin a chat? Close those captions. Yeah, I mean, she put work into it. We might as well do it. How do I pin? Oh, that's how I pin the chat. So then, oh shit. Let me see. Pin that there. Good. Now make sure you watch that whole thing.
Please head over to twitch.tv/SoFreely, and I'd love to see you in chat. We have a nice little community going there, and we sometimes talk about politics and current events, but most of it just play games and hang out. So hope to see you there. Okay, bye. Enjoy the video. Dignity and privacy in particular are two things that becoming homeless makes nearly impossible to have. So preying on that lack for content seems particularly insidious to me. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna, start. We're just gonna try our best. Let's talk about okay. Let's try that again. Let's talk about Mr. Beast. Let's talk about his video. My bad. Let's talk about Mr. Beast's video, because you can put your pitchforks away. I'm not here to rip into Mr. Beast. I'm only here to rip into his videos. That's also not true. I'm here to start a discussion. One with the nuance I believe it requires to address the topic.
Chat, I'm going to refill my drink real quick, but I'm going to keep the video playing.
In question faithfully. Because here's the thing. I'm going to be criticizing charity. And it's hard to critique charity without sounding selfish or, wow, uncharitable. So let's get one thing straight right off the bat. Providing resources to those in need and volunteering for organizations that provide resources and services to those same people is unequivocally a good thing. Okay? However, what I'm going to be talking about today is not about doing good things for people. I'm going to be talking about the private and voluntary sectors and how they are misbelieved to be the only real alternatives in a system that currently underprovides for its citizens to the extent that it can be nearly impossible to access daily necessities to exist, like food or water, shelter, and employment if one is living.
So, to recap what she said, and put it in as little words as possible, she's basically explaining why charity actually shouldn't exist. Because if things were designed properly, rich people would be taxed enough that charity shouldn't exist. But that's my personal opinion on it. I think she follows along that same logic as well.
below the breadline. I want to talk about how in a world where people find it easier to imagine the end of the world, a world where people find it easier to imagine the end of the world rather than the end of capitalism, people lack the creativity to see an alternative to the capitalist machine. And that makes sense. People are born and die in capitalism, and it's hard to imagine a way out. But that doesn't have to be the case. I don't have a problem with this Mr. Beast video existing per se. And when I talk about this Mr. Beast video, I wrote this script about the curing blindness video, and that happened a long time ago. Okay, there's been a bunch of videos since then, but you know, we're trying this whole YouTube thing, so we're trying our best. So instead of referring to specifically the blindness video, I guess I'm referring to a lot of Mr. Beast's charity videos in general. So I don't have a problem with them existing per se. I'm not here to petition that YouTube should like remove it or that people shouldn't go and enjoy it now that it's out.
So she does a really good job editing, similar to how I do it, where you kind of zoom in here and there. She also has some comedic relief kind of sprinkled throughout it to kind of cut the tension a little bit.
Out in the world. However, the socio-political and economic conditions that led these videos being able to be made is another matter entirely. I believe that it is unethical that videos like this should be able to earn monetary and uncritical success on the internet, because the conditions that created these videos are quite frankly tragic. What do I mean by the circumstances enabling these videos to be made? Well, a few things. The fact that charity can be farmed for money-making content is pretty dystopian to me, and I know this isn't a new idea. I've seen a bunch of other people talking about it, but that content creators have the ability to design, put resources into, and highly produce a video that directly profits from the misfortune of others, regardless of the charity being achieved in it, is kind of dystopian to me. To find people who are experiencing an injustice, film them being given an opportunity to get relief from that injustice, and their reaction to that charity is a little bit gross to me, I'll be honest. I know that in the comments, I'll be contending with people upset that I just don't want people to have nice things. And that's not at all my problem, precisely the opposite. I want everyone to have nice things. In fact, my problem is that people shouldn't have to wait for philanthropic billionaires to take pity on them in order to have nice things. And that it is a problem of our governments and our systems. People should systematically have access to the things that they need to live. Because remember, none of us choose to...
She's way too based. Based.
...to be born. But we do choose our elected officials whose main job is to keep us safe, or at least it should be. That's why we put them there. That's why we give them the power in the first place, is so that they stop us from dying sometimes. Right now, I'm lucky enough to live in a country that does provide universal healthcare, although the Tories are trying desperately to undermine and privatize the NHS at every turn. So why do I give a shit now that I live in a country with universal healthcare? A few reasons. With the United States playing such a pivotal role in global trends, economically and politically, it's a dangerous precedent that the United States inadvertently sets, that they have no access to universal healthcare, despite being a massive global power with the world's largest economy by GDP. It motivates other global powers to privatize healthcare when the profits being made over the pond in the insurance and pharmaceutical industries are so obvious to see, as evidenced by the Conservative Party's constant efforts in the UK to sabotage the NHS, frustrating the people with inefficiency so much that they begin to see privatization as the only real alternative. Second, I want people everywhere to be able to live fulfilling, happy lives without fear of becoming destitute due to accident, illness, or lack of employment. To see YouTube content being made from the idea that some people cannot afford to regain their own eyesight is not a source of joy For me, it's depressing. Because nobody should have their ability to live a life without obstacles, hindered by the amount of money that they earn or that they have, especially maybe in the case of generational wealth.
So, this beginning part here, she does a really good job of retelling the story of how the world works. So in a full-blown modern Western society, you're expected to be like, oh, actually, if you can't afford healthcare, fuck you. So what she's doing here is reframing things properly so it breaks through the brainwash of Western society, where as leftists, you kind of have to reframe the world because everybody's natural base is really fucked up capitalist dystopia. So she does a really good job at the beginning here, kind of reframing things and, you know, providing a base for her analysis that she does throughout the video.
For as long as people see the wealthy as a way out of poverty, we are doomed as a society to let the conditions enabling immense wealth to continue uncriticized. So let's talk about content creation, wealth, charity, and how a world in which everyone has access to basic needs is not as far-fetched as it might seem. Part 1. Do it for the vine. Am I still in focus? Yes. Okay, so this time we're wearing headphones. The idea of doing things for the sake of content that can be monetized is not a new one. It's been gaining traction ever since the advent of the internet and exacerbated by the rise of the content creating profession. The phrase, do it for the vine, for those of you who may not remember, oh my god, is a phrase that originated on YouTube in reference to the 7-second video sharing app Vine, rest in peace, that encouraged users to do dares or often other irresponsible acts on camera in order to increase the chances of virality later when uploaded to the internet. It started with a certain level of irony at first, but with all things internet, the irony quickly wore off, and we began seeing people perform riskier, more socially irresponsible behavior in order to gain traction online. Historic cases of this include Logan Paul's infamous Suicide Forest video, various challenge videos such as the Tide Pod and ice cream licking videos, and controversial channels like Micah Stoffer and Family of 5, putting children in embarrassing and often dangerous situations, to name a few. But if you're on this corner of the internet with video essays and commentary channels, then I imagine none of this is new information to you. So you may be asking yourself, what does this have to do with Mr. Beast doing nice things on camera for random folks? Well, whilst I believe that the idea of do it for the vine originally started a trend of behaving badly on camera for views, we also see its opposite work fairly effectively as well. Joyful content, acts of charity, and content that is intended to spread positive vibes rather than shock value also has a history of gaining virality, views, and ad revenue without the pesky negative feedback. A useful and paradoxical example comes in the form of Logan Paul's Seeing Color for the First Time video, in which Logan Paul gets and wears for the first time a pair of totally real glasses that allegedly cures his totally real colorblindness. A video that even I remember seeing at the time and thinking it was kind of nice, regardless of whether or not it was real. Logan Paul, in particular, has a peculiar talent for using
Yeah, fuck Logan Paul. That guy fucking sucks.
using the pendulum of cancellation swing in his favor, depending on whatever bullshit scheme he's next planning to release, but I'll move on. The previous consensus regarding Mr. Beast's charitable videos seemed to be that if he makes a profit doing what he does, but
Yo, I love that phase zoom feature. Thanks. It's basically just an extra scene that I put on OBS. It's for if I need to make a point. If I need to make an office style look.
continues to use that profit to help people,
I do have to get better at it. I gotta hit a button. I gotta get like a stream deck where I can hit a button and it'll do it right away. But it gets weird because like I'm out of frame. So that's why it took me a while to get to it, because I had to get in frame. So I'm like here like this, and then I gotta switch back.
Ultimately, there is a net good. Mr. Beast himself has said that he uses most of the money earned from his charity videos to put towards the next one, creating an endless stream of like projects. The important thing to remember here is that Mr. Beast is a YouTube channel and is a business, not a non-profit organization. It makes a profit, otherwise it wouldn't be successful. The particular model that it runs on is profitable, and thus it is also able to continue indefinitely. I feel well within my rights to judge what it achieves as a business and the resources and people it may or may not exploit along the way. But this video is not intended to be a critique of Mr. Beast as a creator. You could see plenty of other YouTube videos about that. See Tiffany Ferg's video, it's incredible. On the topic of Mr. Beast specifically. Instead, this section is a critique of the clout-chasing charity climate that videos like Mr. Beast's.
So she does the same thing I do, where if she references something, she drops the link within the video itself. If you go to the details, she provides all her sources and everything in citations. Now, she does her citations like legitimately, whereas myself, I just put the links because I'm lazy. She also provides the music citations, which I do not do because I get it for free from a B-roll place. So that's my excuse. But probably not as good as I should do it. But she does a really good job of citing everything. So props to you, Soph. You are far better than me. I hope you get to put out more videos because all your videos are better than mine.
Contribute towards and normalize. Zachary Deronyovsky is a TikTok creator who routinely approaches strangers and engages them in what gave rise to the hashtag honesty test. Hate that. Deronyovsky, along with many other creators that hopped onto the trend, would test the honesty of strangers, often actual homeless people, by pretending to be in need. If the strangers, again,
hey, Razzle
often
Riley,
actual homeless people, were willing to help the TikTok.
Welcome to the channel. So I'm reacting to Soap's video essay because I was telling the other chatter in here, spank me immediately. Yes, that's his actual username. I was telling him about her video, and I figured why not watch it on stream and give my takes on it. Spank me immediately. That's my legal name. Yeah, it's his legal name. Oh my God, you just doxed yourself, Spank Me.
Fuck her out with some spare cash or other.
So Spank Me, Razzle Riley, I believe is a moderator in Soph's, So Freely's Twitch channel. Is that right, Riley? Are you a moderator or are you just a community member? I thought I saw that you were a moderator. Yes, you are a moderator. That's what I thought. I appreciate the follow when she gave me a shout out. I talked earlier, that stream that I popped in for her, I had popped in a few minutes before Nibbin told her that they discovered her through her YouTube video. I didn't say anything in chat yet. And then Soph goes, oh, did Ghost Rider send you? And it wasn't a stray, but I thought it was kind of funny that I didn't send anything out yet. And Sophie thought I sent someone along, as if I have enough followers that I could send people along.
Such generosity.
All right, back to the video.
Stranger would be rewarded with a cash prize. Lots of people found these clips emotionally moving, which is in small part understandable, as many people find out for the first time that the poor are actually statistically far more generous than the wealthy. Deronyovsky.
Facts. 100% facts. This is why money should be given to poor people, because it's the velocity of money. Because poor people are far more efficient at spending money than rich people. especially when it comes to charity, percentages wise. Because like Jeff Bezos giving $1 million is the same thing as like a normal person giving $5. It's very cool that people are finding her through the YouTube vid. Yeah, 100%. It's such a good video. I'm trying to do my best and telling as many people as I can to watch it. And I'm watching it. I watched it on both my YouTube accounts. Actually, I have other YouTube accounts I could watch it on. Bump up her views, but I'm hoping it'll get kicked into the algorithm, and it'll get another run at it. But it's a really good video essay.
Or Mr. Demotivator on TikTok has amassed 13.4 million followers and over 550 million likes, making this type of feel-good charity content on his page. Darren Yoski isn't the only one. YouTuber Dots video giving a homeless man $20,000 has, as of this recording, over 1.7 million views, featuring a pretty sickly thumbnail. The video documents Dots inviting Tom, a homeless man, to a game of hopscotch before surprising him with $500 for, quote, playing hopscotch and being a kid again, unquote. He's then treated to a plethora of other treats, including a stay at the Hilton Hotel, a new phone, and meals. The video ends with Tom showing endless gratitude for Dots' kindness. As a side note, I find this pretty funny, given that the gratefulness shown towards Dots in this video can be directly attributed to his viewers for providing him a platform and the money with which to do so. A fact Dots acknowledges in the very description of the video, yet the clout is for Dots to collect. The masses footing
here's
the
a
bill
shout out
for
to
the
Riley's
praise
Twitch
and
channel.
celebration
So
of the
give her a
wealthiest
follow,
charity
spank
is
me.
a recurring theme in this video,
Riley,
and you'll soon
Riley, I wish I had more viewers, but if the channel ever grows and I have more viewers, I'll make sure to give you shout outs when I can.
see why. Some creators even feature themselves posing as homeless people or other such.
I don't have a command set up in the chat where I could do the shout out yet. I'm going to do that off stream. I tried to do it at the beginning of the stream, but I failed pretty miserably. Oh, that's very kind of you. Yeah, no problem. It's the right thing to do, Riley. So I have 3 rules of life: do the right thing, never give up, and treat others like you like to be treated. So it's insane how people think making such videos is acceptable. Well, the problem is that the YouTube algorithm loves these videos, and these videos get a shit ton of views. Therefore, they get a shit ton of money off of it. The problem is that we're so broken as a world, which she talks about. She does talk about it in the video, and she does a great job of kind of framing it, that we're so messed up as a society that we accept this shit. In reality, these videos shouldn't really exist. Like, they should exist, but they shouldn't exist in the exact form of just giving people things that people should be given anyway, that we should all pay for as a society, like healthcare, or, you know, like making sure there isn't any homeless people on the streets and stuff like that.
Such disenfranchised people pretending to ask regular citizens for money and rewarding those who choose to do so on camera. This kind of content is manipulative. It's clout chasing and arguably does more harm than good. If the man in Daranyovsky's video had not said yes to playing a game of hopscotch, would he have been deemed as undeserving of this $500 reward? What about if the homeless man had refused to be filmed? Would he not have received the money, unless agreeing to be a prop in Daranyovsky's video? While there is some evidence to suggest that content like this can promote generosity in order to boost one's own reputation, videos like these also promote the idea that there are deserving and undeserving poor. The idea of deserving and undeserving poor is a concept that justifies support for those that were poor due to circumstances deemed outside of their control, such as the old, the sick, or the differently abled, and stigmatized.
Sorry, chat. What do you mean? They need to pick themselves up by their bootstraps. They need to pick themselves up by their bootstraps. They don't deserve welfare. They don't deserve to live.
support for those that were perceived as being unwilling to work. The lazy, the depressed, the mentally ill. This concept allowed conservative leaders to pit the working classes against one another whilst creating legislation that actively disadvantaged all of them and advantaged the upper class that no longer needed accountability for their wealth. They simply deserved it. This helps to push the narrative.
Class solidarity, chat. Class solidarity. The rich will always work together and they will try to divide the working class because there is more in the working class than there is of the rich. And if we align together, they are terrified of that. I just saw a headline, something about a billionaire couldn't sleep at night because he was worried about poor people rising up and the fear of poor people rising up and taking everything away from them. More billionaires should have that fear.
That society is based on a meritocracy, the idea that advancement is based on effort and achievement rather than class. From looking at a person, we have no idea what kind of event.
So she mentions meritocracy. Oh, Shane, what a nightmare that must be for them. Yeah, 100%. Got to be absolutely terrifying. Yeah, so she mentions meritocracy there. I do have a plan for a video discussing how bad faith meritocracy is and talking about how literally every billionaire was just lucky. Pretty much every billionaire. I mean, I'm sure there's like a couple self-made billionaires, but a vast majority of them had some kind of seed money to start all of their businesses. For example, Elon Musk literally talked about in an interview that they had so much money in the safe that they couldn't close the safe door. Bezos, I think, got $100,000 from his parents. Bill Gates was also given a large sum. Actually, Bill Gates might have been given $100,000. But Bezos got money from his parents as well. Gates got money from his parents and was allowed to work out of his parents' garage. Like, it's just ridiculous. These people are billionaires because they don't pay their workers. Their workers create the value for them, and then they exploit them and take all the value that they create. And that's my soapbox on meritocracy. And I'm planning to make a video at some point about that. And I'll go through all the billionaires and how they got their lucky start. Oh, Vivek Ramaswamy is another great example. He was lucky because he skipped out on his company and used the reason that his company went woke and left the company while it was on a high, and his company was trying to solve cancer. Well, it turned out that his company was lying about his prescription drugs, and they didn't do what they promised it was going to do. So he lied throughout the business to pump up the shares within the business and the value of the company, and then he bailed. And he used the reason that his company was going woke. And then, of course, he exploded, and now he's a presidential candidate.
Events happened in their lives to lead up to their current circumstances. This means that conservative policies have made it extremely difficult to access welfare and social services through endless and difficult paperwork, resulting in some people giving up altogether on trying to access the help that they need and are entitled to. This content is also dehumanizing and requires people to be agreed to be filmed in what could potentially be their lowest point in life in order to be awarded with that which they need to survive. The impoverished people that feature in these videos are benefiting from one.
So I think Hassan talked about this on stream recently, or somebody else on stream, but they watched a video about like game shows and everything, and the game shows kind of exploit. Oh, it was on Little Bear 36. She was watching a video on how TV game shows exploit people, particularly the new Squid Game that came out on Netflix. And basically, from what I understand, those people got zero money. So like Survivor falls under that. And a lot of the other games too. I believe Survivor does pay the contestants though, for the time that they're gone. Cause I think they're gone for like 2 months. I did put in an audition video for it, and I'll probably put in another one. So fingers crossed, that'd be cool to get on that. Cause I need some athletic competition, cause going nuts. I miss competing.
Off charity at the cost of their dignity, a privilege that they inevitably have a hard time prioritizing over their literal survival. Dignity and privacy in particular are two things that becoming homeless makes nearly impossible to have. So preying on that lack for content seems particularly insidious to me. In this way, the people featured in these videos don't really have a choice about whether or not their face and living conditions are shown to millions of people, when the power imbalance between a successful YouTuber and the disenfranchised person is so great. Returning to Mr. Beast's blindness video, if 100 out of the 1,000 people he vowed to cure of blindness had refused to show their faces on camera, would he have only cured 900 people? Or alternatively, would he have found a different 100 people more deserving of the cure for their willingness to appear on his YouTube channel? Additionally, whilst they might encourage charity on an individualistic level, this contributes to the perpetuated and broken idea that charity is a solution to poverty instead of structural, political, and systemic change. Whilst creators have consequentially bettered the lives of the individuals who featured in their videos, the long-term impact of the image these videos bolster can have lasting damage on the way people perceive the poor and the solutions available to.
There's always exploitation somewhere down the line. I saw a video where someone was telling a story about how someone happened to own so much land, and it came down to, in the 1800s, my great-great-granddad just killed everyone who owned land around him and then just bought their land. I guess they were okay to live in the property after knowing that. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the conversation about property in general. Property, like, back in the day when there was tribes and everything, all of a sudden somebody goes, actually, I own this land. And since I own this land, anybody that steps on it, I'm going to kill. And I own that land over there, too. But I'll sell that land to you for a fee. So it's just, it's kind of, it's a weird concept. But like, I mean, the United States in general, the land was taken from Native Americans. Pretty much all of it. So it's the same thing. It's fucked up how it happened, and they 100% need reparations. And definitely need some of their land back. But it happened so long ago that it's hard to give it all back. Like, that's kind of a thing that I've always wrestled with. What would really be the right compensation for it? And I don't have an answer for that. Obviously, there's not nearly as many Native Americans as there was in the past, because the United States slaughtered all of them. But the tribe itself should receive reparations for it, as well as people, as well as black people in the United States should receive reparations, because the only people that received reparations after the Civil War were literally the white slave owners. Yes, chat, that is a real thing. The United States paid the white slave owners for freeing the slaves instead of reparations for the slaves themselves.
Helping alleviate poverty. According to an excellent Wired article on the topic, quote, a YouTuber giving a homeless person a large sum of money, for example, does not work to alleviate the systemic causes of homelessness, such as unaffordable housing, stagnant wages, domestic violence, racial disparities, poor treatment of veterans, ableism, and lack of affordable childcare. Even if we were to give each homeless person a large sum of money, this does nothing to tackle the problem of homelessness at its root, revealing YouTubers' actions as merely performative Band-Aid solutions. In this instance,
yeah, so that quote's correct. However, I believe there's a Canadian study. They did for a year. They had two groups of homeless people. They had a control group that didn't get anything, and then the second group that got $1,000 a month. And the group that got $1,000 a month were living on their own and had an apartment and had a full-time job within like 2 months or something like that. So that just goes to show that if you give people money, they will be able to get back onto their feet if they had that option. I mean, we saw it with COVID, with the stimulus checks and everything. Like literally child poverty and poverty in general just dropped dramatically. Now, granted, the United States still forced out homeless people everywhere. But that's a more convoluted topic. But you can solve homelessness by giving people homes. Crazy concept. Yeah, but I wanted to make sure I mentioned that study because I thought it was a pretty cool result with the experiment that they tried, that so quickly those that were homeless were able to get back on their feet that quickly.
For instance, content creators would have a bigger and more long-lasting effect if they instead volunteered at mutual aid foundations, donating.
But the landlords want the homes. Yeah, fuck the landlords. They suck. Fuck them. Sorry. I was a little blunt with that. So Riley, I don't like landlords. I'm pretty sure the free marketers god Adam Smith also hates landlords. I'm pretty sure he wrote something that landlords don't actually contribute anything to society. And landlords are the reason that housing prices have skyrocketed. Oh, same my guy, fuck him. Yeah. Yep. I'm going to leave it at that because I have some other words I'd like to say, but it might violate TOS.
To homeless crisis response teams or harm reduction programs, funded job training programs for homeless individuals, or made charitable donations to local homeless coalitions in their area, or, even bigger picture, advocated for politicians, organizations, or systemic changes that have a direct impact on policy changes affecting the country as a whole. These are all ideas, by the way, that the National Coalition for the Homeless suggests in order to help improve the lives of the homeless. Their philosophy can be summarized by the CARE or CARE acronym, standing for contribution, advocacy, reaching out, and education, of which giving money to individual homeless people makes up only a small part of suggested ways to improve the lives of the homeless. However, these
shit. I forgot you mentioned that in the video.
Kind of actions don't have the same kind of visual and emotional impact as one wherein an individual gives another individual a large sum of money that has an immediate visual effect on their circumstances. You can't make a thumbnail out of advocating for policy change. I can't make much out of electing a government official. Get your homeless coalition donation mugs right here, folks.
Challenge accepted, Soph. Challenge accepted.
That is where it at. Yep. Additionally, there is also a fear of expressing political views on YouTube for fear of alienating your audience and becoming demonetizable. So advocating for the political interests of the disenfranchised doesn't make an appearance in the videos themselves. This is acutely obvious in the way that Mr. Beast hand-wringed about the lack of affordable healthcare in his own country only after the fact, after publishing the blindness video on Twitter, where a majority of the viewers of his videos will never see it. This hypocrisy isn't uncommon, and charity creators will often emphasize the tragedy of the circumstances enabling their videos, whilst doing nothing to emphasize the proven strategies and solutions that improve the lives of the people they are making content about. But who cares, right? If a person's life was immediately improved by being in a YouTube video, who are we to say that those opportunities shouldn't happen? Part 2. Philanthropy is not without selfishness.
So, I will say, I mean, this is probably anecdotal, but there are a lot of content creators that do understand this aspect, and believe that they should pay more in taxes so other people do get healthcare and everything. Again, I'm realizing as I'm saying this is very anecdotal because I'm sure there's an entire right-wing side of YouTube that I'm not aware of that makes so much fucking money that says, fuck poor people, fuck working class, fuck them, get money, get bitches. So I'm probably going to have to eat crow on that at some point. But
Logan Paul is also a good example of how philanthropy benefits the wealthy, perhaps in
Hashtag
more ways
millionaire mindset.
than it benefits the philanthroped, the philanthropized, the people benefiting from the philanthropy. There are social and economic benefits to incentivize charity from the extremely wealthy, namely positive PR, tax benefits, and unquestioned wealth. After the onslaught of bad PR from his suicide forest video, in which he uploaded a video documenting a dead body he discovered in the Aokigahara forest in Japan, and after a flubbed attempt at...
Honestly impressed that she pronounced it the way she did. Spank me, was that correct? Because I looked at that word and I got scared to pronounce that. Nailed it, yeah. Telling you, she's good. She nails that shit down.
He discovered in the Aokigahara forest in Japan, and after a flubbed attempt at an apology video after the fact, Logan Paul took the charm offensive path. A charm offensive is a strategic use of obliging or cooperative behavior in order to earn public favor. He proceeded to make a video about suicide prevention and make a large donation to a suicide prevention charity. Whilst this didn't exactly serve to reverse his bad reputation into a good one, it did reset the scales in a way. And he went on.
She lived in Japan for 2 years. Oh, that makes sense. Well, I'm jealous because Japan has high-speed trains, and I love trains. Trains are cool. Actually, I think I read her bio and realized she's lived in a lot of places. I am on my almost second year in Japan. Yeah, Riley Spank Me has been in Japan. Him and I were together for like 3 or 4 years in the Pacific on the islands. And then we went opposite directions. Oh, cool. Yeah. Spank Me, there might be a chance I might try to come visit sometime in the spring. But we'll see what happens with work.
On to have his antics tolerated by the internet at large once again, only to later get into a similar balancing act again with further scandals. You were willing to at least excuse him because,
that
was a pretty nice thing to do. Someone who more successfully utilized a charm offensive to tip the scales in his favor is Bill Gates. Before becoming well known for his philanthropic healthcare endeavors, Bill Gates actually had a pretty bad mainstream reputation during his time at Microsoft. Microsoft has historically employed some unsavory, predatory hardball tactics in what's now known as the browser wars, which involved using monopoly power to crush internet browser upstarts during the 90s. Microsoft was hit with a...
No way. You're telling me a company that has monopolistic power over something would use that power to push out other competition and then buy their company for pennies on the dollar? Get out of here. Never would have pictured it.
A lawsuit, and during the ensuing trial, highly unflattering video footage of Bill Gates' testimony, which is still available online today, by the way, portrays Gates as condescending and frequently evasive of investigative questions. According to Businessweek, at the time of the trial, quote, he argues with prosecutors over the definition of commonly used words, including we and compete. Early rounds of his deposition show him offering obfuscatory answers and saying, I don't recall, so many times that even the presiding judge had to chuckle. Worse, many of the technology chief's denials and pleas of ignorance have been directly refuted by prosecutors with snippets of email Gates both sent and received.
That is what you need in order to understand the question, is to have me define what is meant by a definition. Oh, no! At least loosely.
And so, how did Gates turn his image around after this damning description? Simple. Charity. During the 18 months between the start of the trial and the verdict, Bill Gates donated $20.3 billion to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in what was called a charm offensive. The timing of these donations was effective in rebranding Gates from a ruthless, monopolistic businessman into a charitable, reluctant billionaire. Gates' positive reputation lasts to this day, crafting an image of a man who is concerned for the state of international healthcare, whilst actively hindering global access to COVID-19 vaccine by lobbying for intellectual property interests, even during a worldwide health crisis.
So, like I said earlier, chat, class solidarity, because he knows that if he advocates COVID vaccines to be passed on to, you know, poorer countries that are literally creating the vaccine for the wealthier countries, then governments will be able to pressure businesses to do that for any intellectual property. So that's why he did that. Also, I want to point out the entire invention of public relations was because of rich people. Because everybody hated rich people. So Carnegie Mellon, Rockefeller, the very wealthy magnates during the Industrial Revolution literally created public relations so that people wouldn't hate them anymore. Spoiler alert, I was hoping Soph would cover that within the video itself, but she never actually got to that part. She got really close here with it. I thought she was going to lead into it, but I don't believe she actually got to that aspect of it. But I wanted to make sure I mentioned that. So I dated a girl that was in public relations, and she always hated when I brought that up. She didn't like that I brought up her entire field was whitewashing for billionaires.
Love that. That's great. I love that for us. We see this pattern across the wealthy. Have you ever heard of the name Sackler before? The Sacklers are infamous for founding Purdue Pharma and Munda Pharma, and by doing so, allegedly creating and propagating the opioid crisis in the US by obfuscating research regarding the drug OxyContin's addictiveness prior to its release.
That's interesting to know. It also makes a lot of sense too. I make government propaganda and call out my field all the time. Yeah. Well, spank me. You're making government propaganda for like Sri Lanka and everything, right?
And widespread popularity, have whitewashed their family name with enormous donations to art and education facilities. Their name plaques hang in, but are not limited to, the Sackler Institute for Comparative Genomics at the American Museum of Natural History, the Arthur M. Sackler Gallery at the Smithsonian Institution, the Sackler Center for Arts Education at the Guggenheim, and the Sackler Wing at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, among other places that aren't even limited to the US. This means that if you unsurprisingly had never come across the name Sackler before,
Spank me, I just Googled
before
that.
finding it in a museum, you may never become aware of the lawsuits mounted against them, and may instead know them as generous patrons of the arts, effectively cementing their name in your mind as, Sackler good, Sackler good. For more reading on this, I highly recommend Empire of Pain by Patrick Keefe. It's a big boy.
Again, I thought she was going to go into it on the Sackler part, but she never got into that part, which is fine. It's fine. That's not the scope of the video. But I did, like I said, I wanted to make sure I talked about that.
It's a big boy book, but it's actually really well written, and it comes across more as like a thriller than a boring nonfiction about an awful family. Imagine Succession, but in the pharmaceutical industry. Even Patagonia's Yvonne Chenard, who earned kudos from almost every corner of the world, was hailed as a hero after donating his company to environmental organizations. However, this is also revealed to be a very clever PR campaign, and the majority of voting shares in the company remain in the hands of Chenard's offspring. This seems particularly relevant given the current climate surrounding Nepo babies. For an excellent video on this topic, see Adam Conover's Why There's No Such Thing as a Good Billionaire. An awfully relevant title, if I do say so myself. It's also important to keep in mind that the rich aren't entirely giving away their own money when making large donations. Because of the way tax regulations work in both the UK and the US, the higher your income bracket usually means the more the government and therefore the taxpayer will subsidize your donation to charity. According to The Guardian, gifts to registered charities are tax-free. So a gift of £100 would cost the standard taxpayer only £80, with £20 being paid by the government. But the highest rate taxpayer would need to pay out only £55, because the state would provide the other £45. Super rich philanthropists, therefore, find themselves in a position where a large percentage of their gift is funded by the taxpayer.
So I want to go back on the math here with this. From the way I interpreted it, because the average person doesn't pay as much in taxes, that the match would be far less for the average person. But since wealthier people typically have higher tax rates and they donate more money, that the tax break they would get would actually cost the society more. That's how I interpreted the math here. I think that's in the ballpark. But I'm just a dumb person. Just want to say I'm thoroughly enjoying the hell out of this stream and this video. Thanks, Spank Me. I love doing this shit. I just wish I had more chatter so I could do this more often. We'll grow. We're slowly getting there. I love doing these React videos.
£5, because the state would provide the other £45. Super rich philanthropists, therefore, find themselves in a position where a large percentage of their gift is funded by the taxpayer. These donations also cost the government.
So, Riley, I realized 5 minutes into this video before you got here, I had forgot to ask Soph if I could react to her videos. But she said on stream the other day she wants Hassan to react to her videos at some point. So I think she'd be okay. I plan to send her a message after this to verify. But if she doesn't want me to react to this, I'll delete the VOD or whatever for her. But again, I figured since she said she would love Hassan to react to her videos on stream, I figured it'd be all right.
Valuable tax revenue. In 2012, the total cost to the state of the various tax benefits offered to donors was estimated by the Treasury at £3.64 billion. As for what kind of organizations constitute as charities, the waters, they get real muddy, my friend. Where in the UK, the 4 categories of charity include relief of poverty, advancement of education, promotion of religion, and other purposes beneficial to the community. The US tax code is similar, stating including the following under the charity categorization: organizations that are organized and operated exclusively.
Oh, absolutely. I would think she would be thrilled about this. Good. I thought the same thing too, but I forgot to cover my bases here. I even tagged her in the title of the stream too. If any people pop in. I believe another streamer, Zakap, has also streamed it, so it should be good. Cool. Good for her. I've noticed that her views on the video have gone up a decent amount since I've first watched the video.
For religious, charitable, scientific, testing for public safety, literary, educational, or other specified purposes. Specifically in the cases of other purposes beneficial to the community and other specified purposes, you can imagine how such a vague definition could be used by the wealthy to donate to causes that personally benefit them. The Koch brothers in the US being a particularly nefarious example of this, donating millions of tax-exempt dollars to think tanks and advocacy.
Subscribing to all of you. Thanks, Spank Me. Appreciate it. Appreciate you spreading the love. I also had to repin that because I didn't realize that the pin goes away after 20 minutes. So I have the link at the top for everybody to view it. Riley, I shared the link earlier so that Spank Me could also have the video playing in a separate tab, so it continues to contribute to Soph's channel.
Groups that advance their own economic and political agendas. Namely, the Koch brothers have financially supported Americans for Prosperity, a conservative group with interests in promoting conservative healthcare causes and in fighting climate crisis policy, as well as the Cato Institute. Side note, the Cato Institute...
I'm interrupting her sentence here, but I do plan on making a video about the bullshit think tanks with the bullshit names, such as Americans for Prosperity and the Chamber of Commerce for every fucking town. And they're just, fake words to get businesses more tax breaks. There's a lot of think tanks with bullshit names.
In fighting climate crisis policy, as well as the Cato Institute. Side note, the Cato Institute is a powerful libertarian think tank dedicated to lowering and or abolishing taxes, the privatization of government agencies and welfare programs, and the deregulation of markets, to the extent that one of the founders, Murray Rothbard, believed that parents should be able to sell their children to create a flourishing free market in children. But don't worry, he did admit that whilst this idea sounds superficially monstrous, it would eventually be beneficial to everyone. You know, except maybe, I don't know, the slave children. The Koch brothers are
So, Spank Me in Soph's stream the other day, I mentioned how libertarians that I just bring up this Rothbard guy and say, hey, this is the person that you're following. If you really believe this, you're just as monstrous as this other dude. Also, libertarians really like lowering the age of consent laws. Like I said, dude, libertarians have weird takes on kids. Yeah. Like I said earlier in the stream, when Spank Me brought up Alan Dershowitz, if it quacks like a pedophile and walks like a pedophile and all the evidence points to it being a pedophile, they're probably a pedophile. Allegedly.
far from a unique example, and dozens of billionaires are known to contribute funds to organizations that directly or indirectly advance their agendas, and obviously even to specific politicians and political parties. This leads to an overwhelming imbalance of power in the hands of the plutocracy, ruled by the rich, rather than those of the democracy, ruled by the people. All of this is to say that the more the wealthy are able to change the perception surrounding themselves and their wealth, the more they entrench their ability to build and hold on to that wealth. Charity improves public perception of the wealthy and makes us less inclined to believe that they shouldn't have that wealth in the first place. And so they can continue to sit on their hoards of treasure completely unchallenged. Perhaps if Smaug had simply occasionally donated his riches to the land he terrorized, a scrappy band of adventurers may not have been so interested in killing him. Part 3. Charity as a replacement for social services. One could argue that despite donations being used to further their own motives and image, aren't good things still being achieved by money going to the right places? Find yourself in agreement with the top wealthy 1% on policy and priorities as to what the right places means, then perhaps. However, studies show that you probably don't, and that the wealthiest portion of global populations rarely have the same socio-political.
I gotta say, her edits throughout this video are really good. I got it from Second Thoughts video on how to properly make communist propaganda, where you make cuts and zoom in on yourself. But like, it seems like she does it all in one take. I'm very impressed with her. And again, her editing is very good. But it's kind of crazy. It seems like she did all of this in one take. I mean, all the sections in one take, I should say.
Political interests as the poorest and working classes. Specifically, a study entitled Democracy and the Policy Preferences of Wealthy Americans surveyed the socio-political priorities of the top 1% of wealth holders and compared them to the majority of the population. The study finds on multiple occasions that—
I want to show you an amazingly edited video about fascism one day that looks literally like propaganda. Okay. You could send that to me on Discord if you want. And then we could take a look at it on stream at some point. Maybe we'll look at it tonight. We'll see how I feel at the end of this.
whilst the wealthy have the major share of influence on political, economic, and social conditions, they share interests with the common people a minority of the time. If you were to look at this list of issues and tell me what you believe to be the most important issues facing the United States—
Oh, I want to point out, I love this portion of the video. This portion of the video is awesome, and I plan to use her sources on this for some kind of video I'll do in the future. But this was an incredible portion of the video.
Or your own country, for that matter, which ones would you choose? Choose now. Dun, 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 dun.
Chat, choose.
Dun, dun,
Which one's important for you?
dun, It's just the most dystopian game of fighting. What's that game? What is it called? What is it called? Jeopardy. The game is called Jeopardy.
I love she left this in.
You answered budget deficits as very important and climate change as not very important at all, and perhaps you and the likes of Daddy Bezos may not be as different as you think. As we can see here, 87% of the wealthy respondents saw budget deficits, which includes government overspending, as being a very important problem facing the United States. This compares to only 7% of the general public rating budget deficits as a very important concern. We can also observe that climate change is an extremely underrepresented concern by the wealthy, with only 16% of wealthy respondents saying it was a very important issue. Of course, only 16% of the wealthy respondents believed that climate change is a very important issue when they can afford to build their very own state-of-the-art Vault 101 mansion climate bunker. Inflation, if you haven't heard of it, is that thing that's ruining all of our lives, is second to lowest at 26%. We can fill in the blanks as to why these issues are not prioritized by the wealthy. Spoiler alert, they have money, so they don't have to worry about money. But the major takeaway here is that we can understand what causes the wealthy care about and are therefore likely to put their own money towards. And we can also understand how—
I'm entertained and depressed by this information. Fun fact, though, these massive bunkers that these billionaires are making, they have to be worked by workers. And guess what? Those workers are going to outnumber the billionaires. I'm just implying what's going to happen in those bunkers. Maybe you guys can connect the dots.
How dramatically those priorities differ from our own. In addition to a difference in priorities as to the leading problems facing the United States, wealthy respondents also had differing opinions to the general public as to what can be done to address issues relating to employment, income, and healthcare. Regarding job and income programs, the differences between wealthy respondents to the study and working class people were stark. 43% of wealthy respondents agreed that government must make sure that nobody is without food, clothing, or shelter, compared to 68% of the general public. But only 23% agreed with the idea of providing a decent standard of living for the unemployed, compared to 50% of the general public. Only 19% of the wealthy respondents were in favor of the government ensuring that those—
Literally in the movie 2012, they say, you think the billionaires you're saving are going to let you in their safety boats? So it's been a while since I watched that movie. But like, billionaires aren't going to be willing to work in the bunkers. So they're going to need workers in there. Whether they make them live there forever, or they bring them there with themselves, or they're fucking stupid and forget to bring workers, and then they don't know how to actually run their bunker. But billionaires in a tight area with exploited workers. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Who are willing to work are provided with a private job. This was compared to an overwhelming 68% of the general public. Further, only 8% of wealthy respondents agreed that the federal government should provide public employment to those willing and able to.
Basically, the workers who are guiding the elite into safety boats are asked, are they letting you aboard? And yes, they will enslave them.
Work, compared to 53% of the general public. So whilst some of the wealthy believe that people should have the basic necessities to survive, they aren't willing to personally invest in a government that would enable this to happen. When it comes to healthcare, we see a similar trend in the results. 61% of the general public are in favor of national health insurance, which would be funded by the taxpayer, compared to just 32% of wealthy respondents. Further, 59% of the general public are willing to pay higher taxes in order to secure health coverage for everyone. In comparison, only 41% of the wealthy are willing to do so. That was a lot of numbers to say the rich are not your friends. They are not your allies. Whilst some of these percentages—
I do want to cut that clip there and put it in the video I have planned using this section. But I'd have to ask Soph for that. Because that is a great, great phrase.
percentage differences may not appear stark, it's important to remember the disproportionate amount of power the wealthy have to create real change. So whilst they may appear closer in agreement on some issues than others, it really matters which group of people have the most sway in determining outcomes of their opinions. If you're one of the people who support the interests of the rich in the hopes of someday joining that demographic,
Cops. Cops. Oh, sorry. My bad. Sorry about that.
It's important to remember that we have statistical evidence to show that they do not and will not do the same for you. They don't support you with their donations, and they don't support the solutions to your problems, so why would you stick up for them? I. M. Rubinov was a prominent writer on the subject of social insurance in the 19...
So, it's because they're bootlickers. They like licking boots. Because like you said, they think they're going to be rich someday. Damn it, I screwed up. They're bootlickers, Soph. They think they're going to be rich someday. They hand out with each other. They hand out with each other on islands? I'm assuming you mean hang out with each other on islands. Would it be the Epstein Island? Because those lists are fucking bullshit. I mean, it was nothing new on there, except Alan Dershowitz was on it a lot.
1800s. One of his major contributions to progressive economics was the theory of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, affecting wage workers and progressive writer on the solutions to your problems. So why would you stick up for them? I. M. Rubinov was a prominent writer on the subject of social insurance in the 1900s. One of his major contributions to progressive economics was the theory
the elites they're licking the boots of, and yeah, that island.
Of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, affecting wage workers in the modern industrial world. These include accident, illness, old age, and loss of a job. These same four horsemen are what public systems and social insurances are designed to combat, using policies such as Social Security, socialized healthcare, Medicaid, and food assistance. Progressives look to the state to provide these safety nets to society because both employers and employees can benefit from a universal social insurance. Employers can relax knowing that they have a fairly sustainable, healthy, happy workforce, and employees can live comfortable lives whilst performing a job that needs doing without the risk of injury or accident impacting their ability to earn an income. It's a win.
Correct. This is why it's hilarious how the West, particularly the United States and the UK is trying, and France and everything, don't take care of their workers. Because if they took care of their workers would be more productive and they would make more money. But we are so stupid as a society that we don't take care of our workers. And therefore our workers get sick and shit. And then we're constantly rotating and productivity stagnates. So we don't even do capitalism correctly. Fucking stupid. So dumb.
Win-win. Employers get to protect their labor force that generates income for their businesses, and employees get to be protected. Rubinov argued that workers should assert their right to coverage from the state on the basis that workers must learn to see they have a right to force at least part of the cost and waste of sickness back upon the industry and society at large. And they can do it only when they demand that the state use its power and authority to help them, indirectly at least, with as much vigor as it has come to the assistance of the business interests. So for a moment, let's forget billionaires. Why can't charities make up for the shortcomings of government spending? A great explanation as to why the voluntary sector will never be able to cover the financial gaps caused by a lack of government spending to alleviate poverty can be found in the writings of Lester Salomon and his voluntary failures theory. Salomon offers insight into why the voluntary sector neither wants to nor is able to support an entire nation's people through philanthropic endeavors alone. The failures that he elaborates on are philanthropic insufficiency, philanthropic particularism, and philanthropic paternalism. Don't worry, I didn't understand them at first either, which is why I did the research so you don't have to. Video essay, yay! Philanthropic insufficiency refers to how the voluntary sector cannot
Solid comedic,
efficiently create
relief
enough
there.
resources to provide social insurance at a national scale. This was evidenced by the Great Depression in the 1930s. The solutions that did and didn't work to alleviate the economic freefall caused by the Great Depression is a great case study as to understanding the inefficiency of the voluntary sector and the power of social insurance. The need for income support rose dramatically during the Great Depression, which was compounded by the fact that this period of history saw extremely high unemployment rates. The Hoover administration's initial response to the Great Depression resolved.
Fun fact, leading up to the Great Depression, they thought it was a good idea to cut taxes on the wealthy. Weird how that happens, how when you cut taxes on the wealthy, depressions happen. Kind of weird. Kind of weird.
High unemployment rates. The Hoover administration's initial response to the Great Depression resolved to leave it up to the private and voluntary sectors to expand social benefits to wider society, as it was seen as more democratic than any government action. This was to create the President's Organization for Unemployment Relief. This boiled down to coordinating local welfare agencies and charity organizations to support people and provide people with jobs without spending government money. This meant that the pressure was on local support organizations, such as churches, building and loan associations, fraternal insurance policies, bank accounts, and credit arrangements that began reducing their services due to high demand they didn't have the resources to fulfill. After successfully providing more than 100,000 jobs between 1931 and 1932, the program had to come to an end due to the government not being willing to aid the agencies with money, and therefore those agencies became too overwhelmed by the scale of the responsibilities thrust upon them. In contrast,
No way. Get out of here. Privately funding something? Privately funding social welfare made that program disastrously fall apart? Get out of here. Who could have predicted that? Get out of here. I wonder why Republicans want to privatize Social Security and everything. Huh.
New Deal not only provided direct subsidies to those out of a job in the form of unemployment insurance, but also introduced a massive jobs program with a goal primarily orientated towards useful infrastructure projects. The Works Progress Administration was in operation from 1935 to 1943, and during that time managed to employ 3.3 million people at its peak in November of 1938, and over 8.5 million people in total. The voluntary sector is also affected by geographic coverage, where charity will naturally exist in some places more abundantly than others. This is especially the case for poorer communities, where voluntary organizations are fewer in number and often lack the appropriate resources to provide the communities they exist in, compared to wealthier communities that have more robust and varied non-profit organizations. In this way, municipal and federal governing bodies have
you see this with schools too. So most schools are funded by property taxes and everything. So obviously the wealthier school districts are wealthy because of the property taxes that they get. And the poorer school districts are severely underfunded. So yeah, you just kind of see the same pattern going through that.
More resources, data, and logistical ability to distribute baseline coverage for...
So my trip to Thailand, speaking about education, this is an aside from the video. I went for a golf tournament in Thailand, and I was just chatting with a dude, and we had a conversation, and of course politics came up, and I wasn't as well read as I am now. And by read, I mean like knowing more stuff, because who reads? Fucking nerds. Anyway, I had a guy tell me that education should be privatized. Now, I knew enough, and my jaw dropped and hit the floor, and I was like, how the fuck do you privatize education? How do you make money off education? That doesn't make any sense for me. The whole point of education is to educate the youth so they are better for society. You can't profit off of that. That's so fucked. Anyway, that was an aside. Sorry for the random rant. Great plan. Yeah, Riley.
for the entire country, as opposed to relying on non-profit organizations that differ in distribution, resources, and power. The needs of a nation are simply too great to be provided for by one charity organization, or one charitable billionaire, or one philanthropic church. However, if all of these entities were made instead to pay taxes on their wealth, and yes, I said wealth, which includes all of the supposedly non-existent money billionaires have in stocks and investments, to the government in combination with the taxes already paid by millions of salary earners across the country, there would be more than enough to go.
So she brings up an excellent point here. And there is a video on this that someone created. Let me see if I could find it. History. Let's see. Yeah. So this really smart person made this video, and they talk about how you can't tax wealth, except we literally tax property. Property is wealth. That man sounds like a smart and heartfelt person. Yeah, he was kind of a piece of shit. Yeah, that guy at the golf tournament was a fucking piece of shit. I fucking hated him. I avoided him if I could. He shot like even par and was cursing at himself the whole fucking time. And I literally couldn't hit the ball in the fairway if my life depended on it. Anyway. Yeah, so that video was made by somebody really, really smart and, you know, really, really good looking. So, you know, give that video a watch if you haven't watched it yet. Trust me, the person that made the video is very, very good looking and very, very smart.
Around. In the UK, campaigners for wealth taxes say that introducing a wealth tax could generate an additional £37 billion. This would be enough to cover even the rise in social care spending that occurred during the pandemic. From £24.8 billion in 2019 to 2020.
I was talking about the golf guy, haha, but yeah, the video is great. No, I knew you were talking about the golf guy because I realized I talked about that. Very complimentary towards this person. I'll check them out. I'm glad you got the joke, Riley.
To £26 billion in 2020 to 2021. The UK Wealth Tax Commission recommended even doing a once-off wealth tax of one.
So Riley, if you haven't been able to tell yet, I'm a very sarcastic person, and I will gas myself up when I get a chance. You know, because self-esteem.
1% on households with more than £1 million would bring in £260 billion, which could cover costs of both the NHS and social care spending over an entire year. But surely...
I saw a headline that there is 8.5 trillion by the 100 millionaires that hasn't been taxed because the IRS hasn't gotten to it or something like that. I might be talking out of my ass. But I swear I saw that. Nope. Nope. Got it right here. Yep. New report from Americans for Tax Fairness found that Americans' richest families accumulated $8.5 trillion in untaxed capital gains in 2022. Love it. Love it.
Charitable giving still thrives in providing aid to those most in need. That is probably not the case. Philanthropic particularism describes the trend wherein private charity tends to prioritize certain groups over others, particularly those that are viewed as more deserving of charity. According to The Atlantic, the largest single category of charitable giving in the United States goes not to caring for the poor, but for the sustenance of religious institutions at 32% of donations. Using very generous assumptions, Indiana University's Center for Philanthropy finds that only 1/3 of charitable giving actually goes to the poor. A great example of this is a trendy
That
new
was a
donations.
crazy stat. I did not realize it was that bad. I knew it was bad. I did not realize it was that bad.
Strategy for billionaires called DAFs, or donor advised funds. These are non-refundable donations that can be left sitting for years before ever being allocated a use. Unlike regular charities that are required to make a minimum payout every year in order to ensure that they are delivering on their charitable commitments, DAFs do not require such a minimum payout. They also come with even more tax benefits than regular direct donations, which, you know, if you've been paying attention to the rest of the essay so far, that's the thing we need most is more tax benefits. They're an excellent way for the wealthy to offload and stockpile charitable donations whilst earning tax benefits at the same time. Since the DAFs are directed by the donor, these large amounts of money can sometimes be left sitting in a fund until the wealthy person's death, leading to a rushed and often poorly directed spending of the funds, usually on the likes.
But the wealthy keep saying that they're far more efficient at deciding where the money goes than the government does. Fucking jackasses.
Of educational institutions related to the donor or the donor's offspring. Additionally, since there is no way to track individual donations from DAFs, they are often used as a source of dark money, money that is used to influence political outcomes where the source is not disclosed. DAFs are the fastest growing recipient of donations in the non-profit sector, and it's not hard to see why, looking at the imbalance of benefits to the wealthy donor compared to the benefits of the eventual destination of the funds. Many donor-advised funds end up being used for bloated institutions, and in a way that isn't timely enough to be of any real use to those in need. Yeah, we're on the last one now. Lastly, philanthropic paternalism is when, instead of charity representing a purely spontaneous response by civil society or a community of equals responding to issues in the commons, there is, in practice, a disproportionate amount of power that rests in the hands of those with the greatest resources. We've already discussed prime examples of this earlier in the video, such as Bill Gates, the Sacklers, and the Koch brothers, who use their wealth to give to think tanks that help them pursue research that they have personal monetary stakes in, political advocates that create policy that benefits them and other like classes of people, or elite colleges or institutions that they then curry favor with for their offspring or use to whitewash their reputations in the eyes of the public. Because charities face so
she touched on that a little bit about whitewashing their reputations. I might be wrong with this, but I feel like there's the money that's donated to think tanks can sometimes be written off for tax purposes because it's seen as charity. I might be wrong though. I really hope I'm wrong. I really, really hope I'm wrong.
little regulation and oversight, they are breeding grounds for political mobilization from those who already possess the most power in our societies, channeling funds into areas that are already distended with money instead of to those that are actually in need. For example, next to churches, the second largest percentage of large donations from the wealthy tend to go to elite educational institutions. Ivy League college admissions tend to favor legacy and donor applications.
Yep.
This is open information, and it's not unusual for a person to attend an Ivy League school such as Harvard or Oxford and then pledge donations before their own children are due to apply, and so on. This creates a seemingly endless cycle of wealthy institutions attended by wealthy students who then become wealthy professionals in careers that are difficult to get into, mind you, without those Ivy League qualifications, who then have wealthy children for whom they donate large sums of money to their alma.
So another big part of the Ivy League schools is that once you're accepted, it's nearly impossible to fail, number one. Number two is you are going to class with the people that will be running the institutions once they are finished with school. So you are networking with the most influential people and their parents. So then you can get those powerful jobs and everything because everybody values Ivy League degrees, even though Ivy League degrees are bullshit at this point. Yeah. I used to look up to Ivy League degrees and even think about applying, but thank God I didn't go. Thank God I went to a semi-private state school and then went to grad school and then got into six figures of debt for undergrad and graduate school. And then I had to live 7,000 miles away from home to pay off a large portion of that 6 figures of debt. And I still owe 5 figures of that debt. So it's great.
Maters in order to get favor and preference for when their children are eventually old enough to apply. Famous cases allegedly associated with this phenomenon are Les Wexner in charge of Victoria's Secret, Donald Trump, and Charles Kushner. Not all of these cases are descendants of the wealthy not able to attend these competitive schools on their own merit, but it does prompt the question about whether or not these institutions...
Also, legacy admissions are part of affirmative action that the Supreme Court ruled against recently. And there's a lawsuit currently going through #AmericanDream. Yes. There's currently a lawsuit going through the courts right now suing against the affirmative action, saying that legacy admissions should also have to qualify for the school because legacy admissions are seen as affirmative action as well.
Require such hefty donations when their earnings are already in the millions. It's not like it's cheap to attend Harvard or Oxford once you get in. Not only do donations like these go to institutions that are already seeing inflated profits instead of going to institutions that need the money, but they take away valuable opportunities from those without the finances to help secure a spot in the elite college. Those spots being handed instead to those that are already profiting from generational wealth. Do you see?
So she's correct. But from what I understand of Ivy Leagues, once you're in the school, it's fairly easy to get scholarships to pay for the school. And whatever the scholarships don't pay for, student loans will cover. Because, you know, Harvard needs to continue to expand that, what is it, like, was it $6 billion in their endowment fund at this point? Because they have to continue to expand it for a rainy day fund instead of, you know, giving tuition breaks to people. Fucking Ivy Leagues.
See what's happening here? All of this isn't to say that in a social welfare world, charity would be rendered obsolete. In fact,
I disagree. So if I love your video, but I believe charities shouldn't exist because a very robust enough social welfare should ensure that charity doesn't need to exist. So I'm not saying that I'm saying charities shouldn't have to exist. They can exist, but I don't think they should exist. That's kind of my hot take because I think there should be enough robust social welfare programs that charities shouldn't have to exist. Whew. That's the first time I've had to actually explain that thought process out loud. Sorry about that, chat.
In fact, if the majority of the population was supported by the government, this would free up the voluntary sector's resources to respond in the ways that they do best, flexibly and directly to immediate needs. For example, charity and fundraising still play a hugely important role in disaster relief around the world. Governments struggle to react in timely and orderly fashions in events of crisis due to the bureaucracy and red tape involved in government spending. This is where charity, with its flexibility and less regulated spending, is able to step in more rapidly.
She's correct. That's kind of a reason why SpaceX is kind of a good thing because you don't have to deal with dickhead politicians that are trying to get a spot on TV, so you can get shit done a bit quicker. She's not wrong, but my robust social welfare also includes, you know, having warehouses stocked in areas that actually have crises and everything, and continuing using the military to get those resources to those areas as quickly as possible. So, I mean, I guess you could have those resources, have FEMA and the military work together. This is for the United States. Riley, I know I think you're Wales, but yeah. Sorry, I'm in the United States. I know pretty much mostly the United States, but I don't know how it works in other countries. But yeah.
Public social insurance would then be able to give every individual the security they need in order to fend off the four horsemen that affect us all in the modern age. With more robust investment into automatic stabilizers, policies that raise the income floor of average people such as food assistance and unemployment insurance, this means that in times of financial instability, such as recessions or pandemics, the average person is more able to contribute to the economy and society in meaningful ways because they have a stable baseline of security from which to operate, enabling businesses to stay afloat, and in doing so, helping the economy to recover. That leaves charity with the ability to enhance the lives of those in need and funnel money in case of emergencies, rather than being burdened with attempting to provide a nation's worth of security to every individual. Operation Miracle is an international solidarity program that first began in 2004 by the collaboration of the governments of Cuba and Venezuela that aimed to provide free medical treatment to those affected by eye problems. Additionally, the program—
Oh my God, Cuba and Venezuela. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Cuba and Venezuela. Oh my God, so much communism. Oh no.
The program also provided medical equipment and infrastructure to those countries that it operated within. Through this program, 2019 saw over 4 million people in 34 countries receive life-changing, free eye care surgery. Mr. Beast, through his own charity, cured 1,000 people of blindness. Imagine how many people could be cured of blindness if instead of one wealthy man, an entire government rallied behind providing healthcare and welfare to its citizens.
Wait, how many did you say Venezuela and Cuba did? 4 million? Holy shit. Damn. Mr. Beast ain't got shit on Cuba and Venezuela.
The response—
I'm going to be having a conversation with somebody about Venezuela. I'm going to call it Venezuela.
To Mr. Beast's video was actually what inspired me to write this essay in the first place. It seemed absurd to me that we get mad at TikTokers who film themselves giving money to a homeless person for clout, but that we applaud Mr. Beast for doing essentially the same thing on camera, but on a much larger scale. Mr. Beast tweeted about the experience, expressing what can only be described as confusion about how it is possible that these unaffordable surgeries are out of reach for those who need them most, and that the barrier of paid healthcare means the difference between the ability to work and provide for oneself and being barred from participating in regular society. More distressing were the number of comments I saw responding to Mr. Beast by encouraging him as a wealthy person to enact more philanthropy in the style shown in the video in order to enact social change, instead of getting angry about the lack of support the government provides to its own people. Worse, I saw people
people got mad at Hassan for getting pissed off at the video. I think he was watching with Valkyrie, and they were reacting to it together, and Ray was like, oh, this is amazing, and Hassan was angry, and he had to explain to Ray, he's like, no, this should be taken care of. They shouldn't have to rely on a rich person to do this. And then of course, he got fucking annihilated by the internet. Fucking so stupid.
People genuinely hopeful that billionaires would bail them out of the mess that them and their government cronies knowingly create.
Yep.
A lot of the positive responses to Mr. Beast's video and follow-up tweet praised him in the way of calling on him to actually get involved in politics, despite the fact that he addresses the need for healthcare in America as beneficial from a purely financial perspective rather than a humanitarian one. Does that not sound like what we already have? Do we want more billionaires in politics? Like, I don't think this video should make you sad.
So, bigger number, better person. Come on.
Or happy or even confused. I think it should make you angry. I think videos like this should stir fury inside of you when you realize that not only does the government in a wealthy country like America prioritize private corporations over the well-being of their own people enough to refuse to institute a system of national healthcare, but also that a YouTuber can make a name for himself and a profit on publicizing this injustice. To be clear, I don't want that anger to be directed at Mr. Beast. Okay, he's small fry. Nobody gives a shit. I think at best he was misguided, and at worst he is cynical. Be angry at the system that makes it so people who are permanently living with blindness could be not living that way if they only had access to a relatively affordable 10-minute life-changing surgery that separates them from autonomous living in a world that isn't built for the blind. Why distill? What about all of the other reversible, treatable, and manageable diseases, conditions, and disabilities that affect the lives of millions of people just because they cannot afford the access of therapies, medications, or treatments that would enable
Bruce Wayne, I want Mr. Beast to turn me into a Terminator for clout. I want a retractable Wolverine claws. Sure. I don't think Mr. Beast has that much money to do that, but sure, that'd be cool. Also, make sure you remember that Wolverine's claws hurt him every time he extends them. So remember how much pain you got to be in.
Enable them to live autonomously and without limitations.
I can take it. I want
Bill
buck antlers.
Gates' intellectual property.
Wait, do you want retractable buck antlers or just buck antlers? Like you want it like Chopper in one piece? Oh, Spank Me. My bad. Spank Me. See, you're both gray names to me. So, and you both have long names. You're both gray names. You both have long names. So I got confused. He cured 1,000 people of blindness. I'm sure he could cure one person of being unclawed. You're also anticipating that clawing somebody, they would be able to survive the surgery and everything. But as a big fan of Wolverine, because he's a short man in the comic books, not in the MCU, because Hugh Jackman is a Greek goddess. Mr. Beast needs to make jackalopes real. They can already make glow-in-the-dark rabbits. Let's get free. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, we're going to degen hours, apparently. Thanks, Bruce Wayne.
Ideology really worth the millions of lives that were lost to a lack of access to the COVID vaccine? Is the wealth and success of the Sacklers worth the lives that were lost or destroyed by the opioid crisis they tricked the world into? Allegedly, Mr. Beast cured 1,000 people of their blindness by charitably providing them with a relatively affordable but inaccessible to many surgery. He changed and restored their lives. He made a difference. Imagine what could be achieved if our social safety nets, healthcare, and government fueled the same amount of proactiveness, motivation, and wealth into protecting and defending the lives of the people it is supposed to be committed to protecting and defending.
Okay. I just had a brilliant idea. What if the government would put out a video of everything that they do for us as citizens and it goes viral? What if we did that? What if we did government Mr. Beast style, where we showed all our tax-paying money going to good things like education, healthcare, taking care of the elderly, taking care of homeless people, taking care of poor people? What if we did that? Just an idea. Joe Biden, take my idea and run with it. Do it. Do it.
Mr. Beast video wouldn't have ever needed to be made. It wouldn't exist.
Sorry, I ruined her mic drop moment. I need to give her that moment.
1,000 people of their blindness by charitably providing them with a relatively affordable but inaccessible to many surgery. He changed and restored their lives. He made a difference. Imagine what could be achieved if our social safety nets, healthcare, and government fueled the same amount of proactiveness, motivation, and wealth into protecting and defending the lives of the people it is supposed to be committed to protecting and defending. That Mr. Beast video wouldn't have ever needed to be made. It wouldn't exist. On a more sort of personal talking...
We should beat up the government for overpaying for everything. I wish I was Mr. Fantastic. I'd stretch my hand to Washington and bitch slapped a lot of them with my powdered pin pan. Yeah. I mean, we can't really beat up the government because they have bigger guns and they're not afraid to use them, historically speaking. But we could bitch slap them by voting their old asses out in the primaries and everything and running people that would actually take care of us. Spank me immediately when the Adderall kicks in. Also, it's kind of ironic that Bruce Wayne is sober is in here because Pimp slapped him out. Because I've heard a lot of people argue that Bruce Wayne basically just beats up mentally ill people. And if he would just pay his fair share in taxes, he would do so much better for the city of Gotham than what he currently does.
On a more sort of personal talking point, if you want to continue donating to charity, go for it. You are one person, and I appreciate that, especially if you're not a large content creator. You don't necessarily have this massive platform to have an influence over. To charity, if you want to donate your time or your money to charity, please do.
Wait, Bruce. I only beat them up if they bite me or mention Martha. Wait a minute. He stops beating up Superman when he mentions Martha. Doesn't he stop beating up Superman? Am I misremembering things? Or is that not part of canon anymore?
I'm not discouraging that by any means. But if your politics don't reflect the needs of the people that you're donating to, then you're only helping them to a certain extent. So just think about that, I suppose. The next time you cheer a billionaire for not being so bad because he donated some money to a cause that you care about or that you agree with, that's a nice thing to do. But he has a lot more power than you. He has a lot more power and influence and money than you. If his politics don't also represent the people that he supposedly cares about, he's not making as big a difference as he could. And he has the means to. But he's choosing not to. And that's something to think about. If you enjoyed this video, it's my very first one. Wow, please be kind. But if you enjoyed this video, share it, I suppose, do the things, like it, subscribe, let me know if you'd like to see more, if there are any topics you'd be interested in hearing about. I stream as well, usually weekly, on twitch.tv/SoFreely. You can see it on the screen, here, or there, I don't know. Come on in! I play video games, and if you want to discuss what we talked about in this video today, please come on in. Introduce yourself, say hi. I stream twice a week. Until the next time, thank you so much for watching.
Chat, give her a follow.
Goodbye.
Click on the link in the chat or click on the pinned link. Watch the video. Subscribe to her. Yeah, because I have a freak out moment. Then I'm like, I'm going to make kryptonite bullets and kill this illegal alien. It's funny because Superman is Kryptonian. I haven't listened to a word that woman said. Lamau. Well, that's interesting because you literally responded with your first message when she mentioned Mr. Beast. So you heard something. Yeah, chat. Spank Me says this video rocked. All I heard was Lord Beast. Yeah, like Spank Me said, this video rocked. That was fantastic. Yeah, it was a great video. She did a great job. Claps to Soph. It's it takes a lot to make your first video, and to make your first video an hour-long video essay where you're on camera. Props to her. But Yeah, that was a really good video. So, chat, I have to pee and get a beer. I'll be back. Wait, you're sober, Bruce Wayne. Why are you getting a beer? You're sober. What the fuck? I'm going to refill my water. And I'm going to play a song for you guys that Will Neff has played. Bruce, no, I live a lie. Bruce, you're sober. Don't do it. So, got this from Will Neff. Sending you the video in Discord. All right, spank me. I'm going to play this song because Will Neff has made this stuck in my head forever. I'm going to pee and I'm going to get water. Bruce Wayne, man, you are having a session. Dude, you're peeing too hard if you're forcing a fart out and then you gotta poop. It drops again. Yes, that is Jake Gyllenhaal. I don't know the context. I have no idea. Yeah. This is the music video for it, and I'm not sure why Jake Gyllenhaal's in it. But this song is awesome. This is just a day in the life of Jake. Yeah, 100%. Solid short movie, though. Jake is like, my sister showed her boobs and on cam got BDSM. I think I'll just drop acid all day. Have you seen the Family Guy Jake and Maggie Gyllenhaal joke? No, I have not. I have a feeling you're going to send it to me, though. I'll look it up. All right, that was a song I wanted to share with you, chat. All right, what's this joke?
We'll be the best brother-sister team since Maggie and Jake Gyllenhaal.
I'm more off-putting.
No, I'm more off-putting.
I'm more unattractive to put in a lead role.
Well, I'm a bigger box office drag.
Kids, you're both just awful.
He thinks he's Bruce, but he doesn't have the cool tech. He's just brooding everywhere. But it's not as cool if you don't have a Batmobile or an Alfred. Aren't you Bruce? Why are you talking in third person? I didn't think Bruce was that, you know, narcissistic that he's talking in third person. All right. What is fascism? Let's see.
Dangerous. But fascism is also probably the most egregiously and frequently misused word in political discourse. Certainly in America, anyways. This combination is a huge problem. I'll get more into that later, but for now, I believe it is irresponsible and cheap to recklessly throw this word around as a partisan attack or a sensational headline. Instead, we should strive to understand history's most violently destructive political ideology, and we should learn to identify fascism.
I don't know if I'm going to like this video.
Fascism is...
I don't know if I'm going to like this video. But we'll keep going. Because base people talk in third person. That's definitely a take, Bruce. It's definitely a take.
In an accurate, honest way. Only then can we realistically keep fascism out of our modern systems of governance. So with all
I like the editing style, honest react time.
that said, let's get started. If you're looking for a really quick, effective definition of fascism, that's too bad. Such a thing simply does not exist. Fascism cannot be holistically summarized by one-sentence quips or turns of phrases. Roger Griffin is perhaps the historian who's accepted to have gotten the closest, saying, "Fascism is a genus of political ideology whose mythic core in its various permutations is a palingenetic form of populist ultra-nationalism." Palingenetic here as in the rebirth of a nation, a revolution. Although elegant and accurate, Griffin's definition is a simplification that isn't functionally very useful. This definition alone doesn't make it any easier to pick out a fascist regime. A succinct definition of fascism has indeed eluded historians for decades, for a lot of reasons.
I wish I was a dictator. I'd solve so many problems. I mean, yeah, if you're a benevolent dictator. That hasn't really existed in history because benevolent dictators are usually assassinated before they actually gain any power. But yeah.
People will often begin this conversation with the etymology of the word fascism. It is derived from an Italian word for a bundle of sticks. Then you can say that one stick is easily broken, whereas a bundle are stronger when united.
Wait,
strength and unity.
Wait, seriously? Wait, I'm going to dip out at 6 a.m. here. I'm going to try to get more sleep. It's been a pleasure. Riley, thank you for being on the for catching the stream. I know it's super late for you guys, but I was very surprised when you popped in. Thank you. I appreciate it, Riley. Have a good night. You guys should follow Riley for staying up with us and watching the videos. I'd be chilled to a totalitarianistic degree. I'm basically the emperor of man, but not evil. But like some people got to go. Like some just got to go. Danke. Oh man. De nada. You thanked me in German and I'll say you're welcome in Spanish. Oh no, we have a I forgot Fossabot has a so the Fossabot, I have control. It doesn't allow foreign languages in here, but she wrote little in a foreign language that it allowed it through. Bruce, we already mentioned that you beat up mentally ill people. That's not exactly good.
Accurately describes fascism, yes, but it also accurately describes a huge number of other political.
Oh, I also paused the video because a bundle of sticks is fascism, which is kind of funny because fascists are about as smart as a bundle of sticks. Well, they're really good at propaganda, though.
Political systems that have existed throughout history. In fact, you could argue that the point of all political systems is to create strength through unity. So this discussion doesn't really do much for us. Another thing we should not do is define a political movement by the particulars of its incarnations. In this video, I will give examples of fascism being applied in real life, but I will not say, because Mussolini wrote X, Y, and Z.
Like the Grahams, the Hillarys, and Bushes, they got to take a trip to the farm. It's cool. They have plenty of space to run bunnies to chase. They'll love it. Bruce, we cannot advocate for people being killed. But you did say they go to a farm. So I'll let it go. Just want to let you know you're on that line. Just want to let you know.
Z, fascism as a whole means X, Y, and Z. Just like America's Electoral College does not define democracy, the methodologies used by specific fascist regimes do not define fascism. Instead, we need to look at what, ideologically and functionally, these regimes have in common. This generic version of fascism, though, only exists as an abstract concept. The term is not intended to be an ironclad box, but rather a framework under which to further.
No, they're going to a happy farm with bunnies and space and smells and stuff. I would never advocate unaliving That is TOS and wrong. Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate it.
Analyze individual political movements. For example, Nazism was quite different from Italian fascism, but they were both generically fascist. Extreme nationalism is the core tenet of fascism, which inherently makes the word difficult to define. Each nation has its own values, identity, and cultural idiosyncrasies. An English fascist utopia would look very different from a Mexican fascist utopia. By contrast, something like democracy does not inherently lean into national identity, so it manifests similarly wherever it is implemented. Fascism by its nature is different everywhere it appears. There's also no universal end goal for fascist regimes. Marxists work towards a classless society. Anarchists work towards a stateless society. There is no single, clear-cut objective of a fascist regime, other than the vague, emotionally charged idea of a nation's greatness. More than a single practical objective, fascist movements are decidedly negative.
Yep.
By this, I mean fascism specifically espouses what it hates.
Yep.
Few movements are as purely negative as fascism, which claims to be anti-individualist, anti-liberal, anti-conservative, anti-democratic, anti-Marxist, and anti-capitalist. But fascist ideology is not so specific about what it supports, and in practice, fascist movements have acted in disagreement with these aforementioned antis, which even further muddies the water. Fascism is really a set of philosophies and methods. And these things also appear in a bunch of other non-fascist systems of governance. So it's easy to see something that is present in
I'm like, this video makes me uneasy. I think it's the way it's edited and the iconography with it. I'm not saying I don't like it so far. It's pretty good. But I just wanted to comment how uncomfortable I am watching this. And I think it's kind of meant to be like that, which is good. Because everybody should be uncomfortable with fascism.
Fascist regimes, and then assign that thing itself as...
Yes, it's doing an amazing job. So unsettling, beautiful. I left for a second, came back to this pic. Oh, shit.
The definition of fascism. For example,
it's part of the video, Bruce.
Trying to silence their
it's part of the video, Bruce.
That alone does not make them fascists, despite that being a tool used by fascists. Now, with all of that
was
said,
a bad place to
we can still
pause, apparently.
Fascism. Fascist regimes, whether they came to power or not, have things in common. We can break down the ideology of fascism in a meaningful way. It just takes some
You are
patience.
secretly the Red Skull. Okay, Bruce. Bruce, now you're mixing up DC and Marvel. Well, you were doing it earlier talking about like Wolverine. Which is it? What are we going with? Are we just saying we're just talking about all the comic book universes? I gotta know, man. Like I'm trying to be consistent with you.
In his book, Fascism, Comparison and Definition, historian Stanley G. Payne offers this table.
Also, Captain America punching Nazis. That's a bad thing nowadays. Comics Explained talks about all comics. There are crossovers. Fair. Very fair. But I was just confused because the name is Bruce Wayne is sober. So, like, I thought we were exclusively within the DC universe. And then you were talking about Wolverine earlier. And then we were talking about Superman and Batman. And now we're talking about Marvel again. So I'm just trying to set the boundaries to make sure I don't cross any lines or anything. Better pause here, by the way. Notice the screen's blank when I paused.
To explain fascism. More than any single sentence or definition, this table effectively communicates what fascism is. Again, though, this is not a hardline, ironclad definition, but rather it provides a framework for a generic idea of fascism. Fascism is built on an...
He was Marvel Explained, and then he realized, holy shit, I put myself into a box and then switched his name. Fair. Solid pivot.
Idealistic, almost utopian approach to extreme nationalism. Fascism says with this philosophy alone, a society can build itself into a great nation, in charge of its own destiny and united by the blood of its people.
Yikes.
This extreme sense of national greatness is the heartbeat of fascism. Fascism promises to create a new culture and a new nation which is capable of achieving greatness in ways that previous societies simply could not. It does not promise improvement, but instead a whole new paradigm of existence.
I have a utility belt. I can do anything. See, this is what I'm talking about, Bruce. I'm trying to figure out, are you Bruce Wayne or are you not Bruce Wayne? Because, I mean, you were referring to yourself in third person earlier. I'm just trying to cover my bases. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not, like, pissing you off at all. Because I honestly don't want Batman to just randomly show up my door. Well, then again, I am on Twitch, so I guess I do have a mental illness. Because Batman does beat up people with mental illness. Sorry, I'm just pinning the video.
For a nation.
I only tell my girlfriends my secret identity.
To radically change a nation's relationship with
Bruce, that's not a good idea. Because if you piss off your girlfriends, then they're going to tell everybody. But if you tell them, then I guess you threaten them.
Other nations. This could come in the form of imperialist expansion, but it does not have to. Within fascist framework, this great new nation operates under an authoritarian state, which is not based on any preceding models or government structures. The people must submit to the party. Economically, fascism rejects the Marxist ideas of a classless society. Instead, it places value on the elite class, but looks to replace former democratic thinking elites with its own set of decision makers. Fascist economies are multi-class and highly regulated, though may exist under several categorizations. There's no unifying economic system that can be assigned to all fascist regimes. Fascists express a positive opinion of violence and a willingness to engage in violence and war. Aside from the belief in violence to enact the will of the state, fascists see violence in itself as therapeutic. They believe violent Darwinian struggle, wherein only the strong survive, is necessary to the continuing.
Yeah, but somehow my girlfriends always end up dead due to my profession, so loophole's closed. You're not wrong. But that's not good. You're not wrong, but that's not good. Because, like, if the girlfriends were smart and when you told them, so many efficiency. Yeah, but if the girlfriends were smart and you told them that you were Batman, they'd realize that their life is about to come to an end because of all Batman's girlfriends dying. Or Bruce Wayne's girlfriend just mysteriously disappearing constantly. So, Bruce, you need to fix that. Thankfully, they aren't that smart. Oh, God. Honestly, speechless, Bruce. You have me speechless, man.
Of a successful nation. These together form the core ideology behind generic fascism. And next, as Payne does in his work, we can look at the methods fascists use to achieve these goals. Fascism provides ways to organize and execute its plans. Again, taken individually, these methods can be found in other non-fascist regimes, but collectively, they make up the generic fascist methodology. The first is mass mobilization. Fascists are not interested in controlling a small sector of elites like many other political movements are. Instead, fascists seek to revolutionize society from the bottom up by mobilizing the masses towards their own common goal. Mussolini himself famously said,
Wait, didn't they just discuss earlier that there's no common goal with fascism? Or are they saying the common goal within the individual fascism itself? Because, I mean, another part, which I'm assuming he's going to get into, is they create this mythology within the nationality that is, there's no specific group that fascism happens in. Yeah, but fascism always creates this fucking mythology within your history. It can happen in any group. Yeah, but fascism always has this mythology within their group that creates a haves and have-nots, meaning like a supremacist group over all other inferior groups.
Our myth is the nation. Our myth is the greatness of the nation. Fascism looks to sweep people into a frenzy. Fascism exalts a leader as a messiah in a way that intentionally mirrors religious experiences. The state intends to replace traditional religion with a secular civic religion. The state is the religion. To do this, the state creates a series of myths that unify the fascist elites.
Pre-watch, I guess. I guess I pre-watched it.
And the people over which they rule. Most famously, these myths have been rooted in anti-Semitism and racism, but they don't always have to be. This civic religion, with its myths and its mission.
Also, American fascists had a mythos of George Washington. To defend their ideology. Hold on, I'm looking up a picture. Yeah, so this is a Nazi rally that was in Madison Square Garden, and you can see George Washington right there. Literal fucking Nazis having a rally in the United States. God, we were so close to supporting the Nazis in World War II. Jesus Christ. Mythology, just like them Skura, island full of fascists, man-hating totalitarian Amazonian bigots. Oh, I'm assuming that's the Wonder Woman Island. I didn't know that was the name of the island. Spanking immediately, holy shit. Dude, I told you this. There's no way you didn't remember that.
Become the driving force of
Wonder Woman is basically Hitler. God damn, man. That's not true. Because she literally fell in love with that basic dude. That basic American dude. Because if she was Hitler... Never saw that picture, though. Well, Wonder Woman fell in love with that basic American dude. And, like, if she was... I guess technically Hitler was involved with Ava Braun and she wasn't Aryan. So Hitler had all kinds of contradictions. He wasn't part of the race that he thought was superior. Didn't he have like Jewish blood too? Like throughout it.
It diminishes or entirely destroys the role of actual supernatural-based religious principles. To help create this civic...
No. I disagree with this take. Because Nazis fucking loved looking for supernatural shit. That was the whole basis of the fucking first Indiana Jones movie. That was the whole reason the Indiana Jones movie worked. Was because the Nazis constantly were looking for supernatural shit. All the fucking time.
Religion fascists emphasize the use of aesthetics, including symbols, architecture, and design. This is to elicit an intense emotional response in the same way that religious institutions often have. All mass movements have their own symbols, but fascism places an obsessive emphasis on visually distinct things and events like marches, ceremonies, meetings.
Like I said earlier, fascists are really fucking good at propaganda. True Hitler wanted to find the biblical shit. Yeah, 100%. He also used Christianity big time to bring like religious people with him.
And symbology. The idea here is to build a mystique that fully envelops participants, creating not just a political movement, but a spiritual movement. Again, the state is the religion. True fascist regimes are made up of men and pay almost no attention to women's rights or gender equality. Fascism obsesses with the perceived...
Listen, the gender equality was knocking up teenage girls at those fucking those youth SS camps.
Strength of the male gender. This likely stems from fascism's need for constant struggle for unending revolution and violence. The fascist notion is that men are the predominant force in society, and women naturally take a
Also, fascism, they go right down the ladder to the next people, which is where that quote is. They came for the communists, but I didn't say anything because I wasn't a communist. They came for the socialists because I was, and I didn't say anything because I wasn't a socialist. They came for the Jews, and I didn't say anything because I wasn't Jewish. And then they came for me, but there was nobody left. They will always, always find another group.
Subservient place. More broadly, fascism also espouses that these sectors of a society, men, women, children, etc., define and limit the rights of those individuals. Because fascism is inherently revolutionary and seeks to provide nations a rebirth, youth is specifically exalted over members of older generations. In a literal sense, the youth are the future of a nation, but
they also keep them separated so they don't unite together to potentially overthrow them. But that's a capitalist thing as well, on top of a fascist thing.
Daring, action-taking sensibilities of a fascist revolution appeal to the youth in a way that can be less interesting to older.
But he wanted to tie the biblical shit to Aryan blood. Turkey right now is trying to tie themselves to Aryan blood. Is that a typo? It's been going on for a grip. I mean, Turkey's ultra-nationalist. They've always been pretty ultra-nationalist. I mean, the Ottoman Empire, they're very proud of the Ottoman Empire and everything. Yeah. Yeah, typo Aryan. Yeah, Turkey's... I mean, they had the Armenian genocide. I was going to say they haven't really done anything with that I'm aware of, besides the Armenian genocide. I guess they're also doing it to the Kurds too. But it's just a lot of talk to continue the support for Erdogan. Yeah, it's just leaders that see the end of their power coming, they tend to turn towards ultranationalism. And like most of the world is turning towards that. And it's not great. And people wouldn't turn to nationalism if we would actually fucking take care of their necessities and everything like that. Which is why I advocate for what I advocate for.
More pragmatic people. There is also authoritarian command. All movements rely on charismatic leaders, but fascism is unique in that it combines populism with elitism. Fascism looks to appeal to the masses, to the entire people of the nation, while also emphasizing the role of an elite messianic figure. Fascism leans into the function of this leadership rather than party lines or specific procedural doctrines. This leadership figure may be elected, but the participants of fascism must ultimately subordinate to him. Alongside this, fascism dictates that leaders should militarize government institutions. The goal here being a party militia, one military force that represents, defends, and executes the will of the party. This militia...
Well, yeah, because you need ever-increasing violence to continue to enforce fascist policies. The U.S. never actually supported the Kurds. They used them to try and plug gaps in the Turkish border so ISIS could be directed towards Assad. Once ISIS got too close to Turkey, plug the gaps the Kurds couldn't fill. Yeah. No, I know that. They 100% used the Kurds and promised them they could potentially have their own land, and then they left them out to dry. And then Turkey's military went in and, you know, slaughtered a lot of them. United States. History is not great. I'll be covering a lot of stuff that the United States has done throughout history, very similar to that, on my YouTube channel.
Militia also serves in the aesthetic function of fascism. It is part of everyday life in a fascist regime. Together, these are the methodologies behind fascist movements, and so now we have a functioning framework and understanding of what fascism is. But in honesty, this sounds like an objectively unenjoyable society. So how could it possibly have come to be? What conditions could produce fascists?
It was unenjoyable for those that were inferior, but those that were deemed superior fucking loved violently oppressing the inferior ones.
Sympathies. Sunday, March 23, 1919, a group of 100 Italians gathered in the Milan Industrial and Commercial Alliance led by Benito Mussolini. There, Mussolini formed his fascist organization. People often credit Mussolini with naming fascism on this day. But alongside him, similar groups were coming together all across Europe. Mussolini's idea was not unique. The Great War had created strains on Europe that existing institutions simply could not solve. Indeed, this war was the most significant and immediate thing to fuel the rise of fascism. At the time, Europe was believed to be the most civilized part of the globe, so the idea of war breaking out, much less the brutality of the Great War, simply unimaginable.
I mean, that's not true. I mean, the brutality of the war was definitely surprising, but fucking World War I, the reason it exploded like it did is because everybody wanted to fucking go to war and use their new toys. And also, half the countries, they didn't realize how many people actually died. Plus the fact that the Spanish flu occurred during World War I and probably killed just as much, if not more people than World War I as well. So that kind of threw the death numbers through the roof.
War slaughtered an entire generation of men. People felt like European civilization was crumbling. By the time the war was over, it had wreaked such havoc that Europeans felt the old world was unsalvageable. Whatever promises Europe had of peace and prosperity were quickly forgotten. Meanwhile, they disagreed intensely about the future of this new world. After the Great War, three political ideals were competing for influence over the globe: liberalism, conservatism, and communism. Liberals believed that each nation could basically determine their own fates and exist in harmony. Led in part by U.S. President Woodrow Wilson, they argued that no real external force would be needed for future peacekeeping. Conservatives were mostly silent, but believed that armed forces should continue to handle relations between nations. And then there was the communist regime installed by the...
Kerry said in a hearing that they allowed ISIS to grow to put pressure on Assad. Our government is fucked up. Yeah. Also, Israel literally supported ISIS as well. Israel said they'd rather have ISIS than like someone else in power. And Israel is literally Israel's our fucking ally that we back up no matter what. And they're fucking supported by Russia, China, and they support ISIS, except they're our allies. Like, Israel's mending damaged ISIS fighters. Yeah. I mean, it's fine fucking, like, actually helping people that need help, but their leaders literally said we'd actually rather have ISIS leaders than, like, the other leaders. I can't remember exactly who they were comparing it to, but, and I'm not saying that, like, yeah, the reason I paused the video is because I want to go to the Woodrow Wilson thing with the liberalism. It's not wrong, but it's not quite correct because he was actually a progressive president despite how racist he was. Theodore Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, and FDR were very progressive in their policies and advocated for labor unions and welfare programs to ensure that working class people were taken care of. So it wasn't, but liberalism by that definition that they gave, independent nations living in harmony. Yes and no, but you're going to have to rely on other people at some point, and you're going to have to work together at some point. So, yeah. I wanted to talk about that and mention that Woodrow Wilson was a progressive. But he was extremely racist. They literally viewed Birth of a Nation, which is the KKK film, in the White House. But it was also like one of the, I think it was the first movie or one of the first movies. And of course, the first movie is fucking about white supremacy and how white supremacy was the best. Oh, God. You guys are going to be able to clip that. No. Fuck. That was dumb.
They argued that no real external force would be needed for future peacekeeping. Conservatives were mostly silent, but believed that armed forces should continue to handle relations between nations. And then there was the communist regime installed by the Bolsheviks in Russia. Lenin wanted all nations to set democracy aside and adopt his ideology. He wanted
It's a group that helps each other. Saudis are Wahhabi. They hate Sunni and Shia. Israel hate all Muslims. The U.S. is cucked to Israel. We have slaughtered millions of people for Israel and the Saudis. Omaba created a literal African slave trade in Libya. Omaba. Kerry said it was great because the Saudis paid for half of it. Yeah. Like the other hilarious Obama. That's I figured. LOL. Yeah. That is funny saying Omaba though. Yeah. No, you're right. And it's super fucked up that we keep fucking doing this. And the hilarious part about U.S. foreign policy is the people that we have supported in the past, we end up turning around and slaughtering them like 2 decades later. Like we supported Saddam Hussein in the past, and then all of a sudden he became the enemy in 91, and then became the enemy again in 2001. Gaddafi, we supported Gaddafi in expanding civil war within North Africa to prevent some kind of people's revolution in Northern Africa. We supported Gaddafi, and then we had Gaddafi assassinated. If you go back in history, it's the same shit over and over again. We support some ultra-right fucking death squads. They come to power, and then whenever it's convenient for us, we try to fucking take them out. Same thing with Iran. Iran, they nationalized their oil fields and everything like that. And we're like, oh, no, you can't do that. So we're going to go with BP and go in there and, overthrow the government and install a hyper-conservative religious regime, which now we are trying to well, I don't think we're actually trying to go to war with them. We speak like we want to go to war with them at all times. It's just funny how history continues to repeat itself.
nations to create temporary dictatorial parties to install this model into a worldwide communist society.
I also haven't read enough Lenin to dispute that, but I don't think that's what Lenin wanted. But I might be wrong. I haven't read enough Lenin. I plan to at some point when I actually have time. But I think the ultimate goal is to literally have a democratic society under a communist system. That's like literally the whole definition of communism, is being run by the proletariat, being run by the people. Saying that part doesn't seem totally correct. Yeah. So I feel like this person might be a democratic establishment person. But again, might be wrong. That seemed very out of place. From what I understand from Lenin, he was very pro-democracy, because that's literally the whole basis of communism, is literally everybody gets a say in everything.
None of these three parties had total success. Wilson's liberalism came in the form of peace treaties that had been pushed into a conservative direction by other world powers. Liberals nor conservatives were ultimately satisfied with the result. Lenin's plan, meanwhile, was contained within Russia pretty quickly. And with all three ideas...
Yeah, it was contained within Russia because of fucking sanctions and everything. Because of sanctions by the countries that were run by fucking rich people, because they didn't want working class people to have any kind of fucking power. Because they saw how much of a threat communism was for working class people to actually, realize they're getting fucked over and exploited.
Ideas seeming to fail, there was room for a fourth. Although just an anecdote, the words of Italian soldier Italo Balbo spoke to the climate in Europe after the war. When I returned home from the war, just like so many others, I hated politics and politicians who had betrayed the hopes of soldiers, reducing Italy to a shameless peace. I'd rather deny everything, destroy everything, to renew everything from the foundations. Balbo would later become Benito Mussolini's right-hand man in his fascist regime. Fascism promised
That's weird,
because
he's on the left side in that. He's on the left side in that picture.
Letting the strong prevail.
Whew. Gaddafi insulted the Saudi royals in the United Arab Summit and then said they were creating the dinar and were going to use oil for the people. Then Libya happened. Our embassy in Libya asked for more protection from Hillary, the Secretary of State at the time, and she denied them everything because either Congress or the Senate voted against going in Libya. Benghazi hearings weren't bullshit. Hillary denied them over a dozen times on purpose. We need a reason to go in. Lamau Gadai, yeah. That's not necessarily correct. The ambassador within Benghazi rejected extra security within it. So that's why the Benghazi hearings were bullshit, because they literally had the hearings for 17 months and said the only reason that those hearings are there was to politically hurt Hillary Clinton. Benghazi shit was just fucking an ambassador that was believed that he diplomatically could prevent violence from occurring. And unfortunately, he was incorrect and was lucky that there was a CIA black site close enough that they could get some people out of there. But yeah. Also, from what I understand, it wasn't an official embassy in Libya. It was literally just like a house that the ambassador was trying to negotiate with the state to protect them. But yeah. Gaddafi insulting the Saudi royals. That sounds about right, because from what I've read, Gaddafi wanted to create like a one Africa country, which then would be able to fight against the hegemony of all the Western states and everything.
Unlike conservatives, fascist strength was not just military, but instead a combination of armed forces and national fervor. Liberals wanted to keep the peace through self-determination, but fascists didn't want to keep the peace at all. They said that war would weed out the weak.
Also, to go back to what you're saying, Bruce, if the Benghazi hearings weren't complete bullshit, conservatives would have absolutely 100% thrown people in fucking jail. But they didn't. They quietly put out a report saying actually nothing happened. Trey Gowdy was specifically the one that did that. Just like most conservative bullshit hearings and everything like that. Most of them go away quietly, just like Trump's 2016 vote rigging group that he put together, that it folded within like a month or two after the 2016 election.
Allowing unified nations to have dominion over divided, irresolute, weaker nations. To Lenin's argument about class struggle, fascists said the true struggle was between the clean, genetically pure members of a united nation and those people of lesser, divided nations. By eliminating the alien and impure, the people would be united together by their nationality. All of this came at just the right.
Wasn't there a politician that just said something about people coming in and, you know, affecting the purity of our blood as a country? Wasn't there someone just said that? You can't throw people in jail. Military-industrial complex rules all. Trump tried to tell them to back out of Syria, and they ignored him. I mean, Trump negotiated a peace agreement with the Taliban in Afghanistan, so the military-industrial complex didn't work there. Chuck Schumer says as much on CNN. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with the Syria stuff, but like, military-industrial complex doesn't have that much power. They allowed us to fucking walk out of Afghanistan. Afghanistan was the fucking bread and butter for the military-industrial complex, which is why all our money is going into Ukraine and Russia right now. And Israel, on top of that. Also, I find it crazy that Trump tried to pull out of Syria, because didn't he fucking drop a shit ton of bombs on Syria and drones and shit? And then also, like, reinforce the troops in Syria? Or is that his reaction to his general saying we can't do that? I'm not as familiar with Syrian foreign policy. I just know it's semi-fucked up, and we don't really know. We fucked up to leave on Afghanistan and make an excuse to never back out of war again. I don't even think we fucked up that bad. It's just we were there for so long that there were so many people that needed to be evacuated that it was overwhelming. I mean, it's conspiratorial, it's a conspiratorial thought, but I could see it. I don't think they would go that far. I mean, I don't think we're organized enough to do something that conspiratorial. No. Trump dropped more bombs, but Russia already had the S-300 in Syria before he took office. Obama killed 1 million people. Oh, yeah. No, I know Obama killed a fuck ton of people, particularly people at weddings and the hospitals without borders. Yeah, we fucked up the leave on Afghanistan and make an excuse to never back out of war again. I could see it. I just don't think we're as organized as a country to fucking do that. I think Trump administration put a plan together and the plan sucked and there was more people than we thought needed to get out of there. And we thought the Afghan military would actually fucking hold off long enough that we can get everybody out. But they just laid down their guns and everything. But again, I think that was part of the Trump agreement.
Right time. Because fascism was not just a product of war, but also of unique cultural and intellectual circumstances. Liberty, reason, and harmony were some of fascism's greatest enemies. But fascism was not the first to aggressively question these values. At the time, there was a host of writers, intellectuals, and academics that inspired Europe's early fascist movements. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche has been given the dubious title of being fascism's intellectual grandfather. On an emotional level, there's a case to be made. Nietzsche's writings carry a decidedly hard and even angry independence of spirit. God was dead, Christianity powerless, and science false. Nietzsche wrote about the downfall of modern society, a downfall in which fascists...
Yeah, they say Trump used more bombs, but the S-300 was in place. The U.S. Army was stuck in place. Fired more bombs to try and get past the S-300. Like, Russia uses 60K a day to try and overwhelm the Patriot system. Yeah. Sorry, I'm rereading your thing to make sure I understood it correctly. Yeah. No, I understand that. But it's still fucked up. But once again, I don't quite know enough about Syria, and it's probably on purpose. They probably purposely aren't covering it because it's as fucked up as it is. But yeah. Dude, why do I keep pausing it and it's like Nazi symbols and fucking Hitler and shit? What the fuck is wrong with me?
But more accurately, the thinker Georges Sorel was a tremendous influence on early fascists like Mussolini. Sorel wrote about the concept of a grand myth as a galvanizing idea that people could attach themselves to. This myth, he said, was as a galvanizing...
Whoa. How did they find the book in the Gaza Strip that they found in the children's preschool? What the fuck? How did they find that?
Idea that people could attach themselves to. This myth, he said, was so powerful that it could inspire people to perform well outside of their typical everyday duties. It could fuel revolutions, and remember, fascism is fundamentally revolutionary. Gustave Le Bon was an author who published The Crowd, a study of the popular mind, in 1895. In this book, Le Bon looks at how passions can...
Dems try and inflate Trump dropping more bombs with civilian casualties. Before Russia brought the S-300, Obama was slaughtering civilians. Yeah. No, I know that. I'm a leftist. I know how bad Obama was. He campaigned very progressive, but once he got in, he was fucking war hawk and shit. It's very disappointing. Like, as I had my revelations moment and realized that Obama wasn't as good as I thought he was, it was fucking disappointing. Especially watching his campaigns with hindsight being 2020.
Fuel crowds to act irrationally, and how crowd psychology makes large groups of people especially easy to manipulate. During this time, politics were becoming more populist. The regular people were getting involved. So controlling these people, these crowds, could yield immense power. You could see how this would be appealing to early fascists. Freudian psychology was also beginning to take hold in popular culture. This approach discussed how the subconscious can irrationally affect human behavior. This helped to undermine traditional liberal values, values that said people should simply choose, through reason, what policies were best for their own lives. But the fascists asked, if the human mind was subject to irrational action, how could liberal democracy ever be trusted? Meanwhile, a group of popular writers were beginning to rethink other traditional values like race and nation.
This is why.
Specifically, the
This is
idea
why
of
education
race
is
became
important.
married
to a more significant biological meaning. Francis Galton, the cousin of Charles Darwin, stated that mankind had the power to improve the human race by encouraging only the best to reproduce. Galton quite literally invented the word eugenics. This set the framework for later ideas of master races in which Aryans, who, by the way,
Oh, man. Fucking goddamn it. Nazis adopting American fucking ideology. Fun fact, Adolf Hitler loved Jim Crow laws and used them as a basis for his initial laws. Another crazy pause. God damn it, motherfucker. Listen, I'm an American nationalist, not a racist. And Obama was pretty good on domestic policy and the economy. He and Trump were basically on par, but Obama's foreign policy was fucked up. He was basically Bush, but talk smooth. I mean, I'm an American nationalist, not a racist. But like nationalist is implying that there's like American supremacy. And like Obama was fine on domestic policy considering he came out of a fucking severe depression with the housing market collapse, but he completely fucked up by catering to conservatives with his healthcare policy and thinking that the conservatives would, you know, be rational about it. He should have just fucking passed Medicare for all with all the votes that he had. And like nationalism is fine for fucking the Olympics and everything, but nationalism in a sense with everything else is just stupid and selfish, in my opinion. We should be working together as an entire world for a betterment for society, not just individual countries. Because I also think that borders are fucking stupid. It doesn't make sense that somebody born 6 miles away from you has a shittier life just because they lived across an invisible fucking line. But that's just my opinion.
aren't a real race were somehow superior. And fear also played a significant role in setting the stage for fascism. There was a significant fear about the collapse of community. Urban sprawl began to set in, immigration increased, and individualism became a more valued trait. In this new landscape, there was a feeling of purposeless drift, wherein people did nothing meaningful because they had no significant social ties to anyone or anything. No community. Immigration flourished. Ethnic minorities and cultural subversives were seen as a threat to national culture, to conformism, and again, to the already endangered idea of community. National culture,
And when I talk about nationalism within the Olympics and stuff, I mean like rooting for your country, not thinking your country is supreme over another fucking country. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thought needed to be actively defended against these people. Unified nationalism would have seemed like a pretty good solution. There was also a fear of decadence. Popular author Oswald Spengler argued that societies all had natural life cycles. He said that Europe was moving from a creative, amazing age of culture into an age of civilization, wherein people thought only of money. He advocated for a great revolution, hoping that some heroic Caesar-esque character.
No, it means we have a nation. We should protect the nation. I don't care what race you are. If you are a legal U.S. citizen, you are an American. Fuentes is dumb shit. American nationalism includes our Constitution. By the way, nationalism doesn't include just a marching in lockstep with a corrupt government like we have now. I'm not cool with the CIA fucking over South America. We shouldn't be fucking with Africa. Trade is the best way to make friends. Yeah. I mean, I don't fully disagree with everything you said. But again, I think borders are stupid. And I think we should try to help other people. You can do that instead of, you know, terrorizing brown people thousands of miles away, which I think you would agree with me based on our conversation. But it's kind of insane to think, oh, we're American, fuck everybody else. We're gonna fuck them over in every... Okay, so here's the other problem with that thought is take care of America first, yada, 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 and trade is the best way to make friends. Except with that ideology, every trade agreement that you try to make, you try to come out on top and you end up fucking yourself over, which is one of the problems with the Trump administration. He wanted the best deal and everything, which I don't think he really got any deals. He basically just repeated NAFTA, but just changed the name so he could stamp his name on it.
Character would come save Germany and Europe. So you had a sharp change in the structure of politics from elites only to mass participation. Then there were fears about the breakdown of community and national identity, as well as a cynicism about modern thinking. However, to paint fascism as the direct result of some intellectual equation isn't really correct. I don't know that it's honest to selectively read back people's interpretations of society and say everything was pointing towards fascism. It does a disservice to the world at the time, and perhaps also the authors. By cherry-picking through Nietzsche or Sorel or Le Bon as precursors to fascism, these authors' works are seen incompletely, fragmented, and out of context. Indeed, the fascists who later cited these authors as inspiration were doing just that. You see, anti-fascists drew upon these people too. Nietzsche inspired thinkers from both sides of the political spectrum. His writings were not uniquely appealing to fascist sensibilities. Oswald Spengler, who wrote about the age of civilization, hated Hitler. The Nazis later drew on the work of the poet Stephen George, who wrote about a purified community of peasants led by an elite few. But one of George's closest students, Klaus von Stauffenberg, tried to assassinate Hitler in 1944. Cultural circumstances and the works of intellectuals gave fascism a place to exist, a room to live in. But they did not bring it about. In reality, you can't paint a logical map towards fascism, because fascism simply isn't based in logic. No, it thrives almost entirely in emotion.
Hey, I'm not some Q fuck. Trump is like 1% nationalist. He fucks up all the time. He should have never done the Saudi weapons deal and bolstered it. In Washington farewell address, he mentioned us not having bullshit pacts within our nations. We should be as neutral as possible. I didn't claim you were a Q person. I was just acknowledging your message and giving my opinion on it. It doesn't seem like you're a Q fuck. It doesn't seem like you're a bad faith person. I'm reading all this in a New Jersey accent. Is that Bruce Wayne's accent? No, I'm not denigrating you. I'm honestly having a genuine conversation with you. I don't think I'm being aggressive with you at all. Just giving you my thoughts on it. I don't think neutral as possible is good. I don't think we should be neutral between Israel and Palestine. I also don't think we should be neutral with Ukraine and Russia. I don't think we should be neutral with Saudi Arabia and Yemen. I think human rights violations should take priority, and we should take the sides of the people that human rights have been violated. And we should defend those human rights because, you know, it's the right thing to do. Which is why World War II was literally probably the only justified war outside of the revolution. No, I know you didn't. I was just making that clear. No hate, bro. I talk in many chats and they hit me with it all the time and call me a cultist and shit. It's fair. I mean, I'm sure a lot of chats too. There's probably more viewers and everything, so you don't get this kind of one-on-one with me. The typing in all caps probably doesn't help. No offense. The typing in all caps is like yelling. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, you didn't say any Q shit. If you said any Q shit, I would have heavily pushed back on it. On my YouTube channel, you could see what I do with people pushing bad faith comments. They tend to get their shit pushed in very quickly. But my latest video on YouTube, I had an Israeli Zionist in here, and they rage quit on me. So feel free to take a look at that. It's been Fossabot has been putting the link out, so feel free to check that out if you want. Sorry, Spank Me. I know this is a video you want to watch, but this side conversation has been pretty good too, and I've been commenting on the video when I feel a comment's needed.
After escaping Nazi Germany, the historian George Mosse
No,
dedicated his life to finding the origins, the root causes of fascism. All of his years of research led him to this conclusion. Fascism does not come about through intellectual, societal, or cultural precursors, but instead through something more amorphous, through mood. Mosse points to 9 mobilizing passions.
YouTube, like TYT, CNN, MSNBC, is so full of fucking bots. I have a knee-jerk reaction and assume when maybe I shouldn't. No, my YouTube channel is what I was talking about. Are you saying like the live broadcasts of those channels are full of bots? I mean, everybody says like I try not to make assumptions. Also, Fox News is so full of warmonger bit fucks. It's insane. Yeah, 100%. All CNN are also full of warmongers and everything because they keep bringing on fucking reform conservatives. I mean, fucking John. Who's the Wallace-looking guy that Trump had in his cabinet that constantly wants to go to war with Iran? John something. Anyway, he was on CNN. He was a fucking analyst on CNN. If it bleeds, it leads, baby. All of them? Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Spank Me. They're all fucking warmongers. They love war. That's why they fucking hated Afghanistan. Because if it bleeds, it leads. That's why they love the fucking Israel-Palestinian stuff. Except then they realized after 2 months that Israel was fucking slaughtering a shit ton of civilians. And then they were like, started questioning and lightly pushing back on Israeli propagandists. And they were fucking up tremendously.
As the drivers of fascism. Feelings within a society that build the foundation for the home of fascism. They are...
I feel like when I reply to comments, it's 99% paid comments. I know Twitch is way left, but at least I can talk to real people. I mean, I wouldn't say Twitch is way left. I'd say Twitch is like... I mean, if we're talking the actual political spectrum, they're right because they're all liberal. So they still believe that markets are actually going to solve everything. I wouldn't say they're way left. I think there's leftists on Twitch that have a voice somewhere. My experience with YouTubers, it's a lot of fucking right-wing people. Well, the big streamers just repeat the narrative. Yeah, I mean, they're basically just they're repeating the narrative without actually analyzing the narrative. So Bruce, I don't know if you were around, but I watched Hassan, and Hassan was like kind of the start of me making my realizations and everything. And he doesn't repeat the narrative. He plays the narrative and then describes the narrative and what the motivations behind the narrative are. And then he speaks to it from his leftist perspective about it. And then like the big streamers, quote unquote, aren't really political streamers. Like, do you really think Piker has the same shit that he says? What do you mean? Like, do you really think Piker on Ukraine? I don't understand what you mean. Like, do you really think Piker has the same shit that he says on Ukraine? I'm confused. Are you mad because he said there was no way Russia was going to invade Ukraine? Because rationally speaking, it doesn't make any sense. Because it put Russia in a tremendously awful state, which it currently is in a tremendously awful state.
crisis, a sense of overwhelming crisis that traditional methods are entirely incapable of fixing. Duty, the idea that an individual has duties.
No, Piker is doing what he has to do to stay monetized. He's actually pro-Russia, but he was told to stay in check. Piker's whole thing is Stalin. Bruce, are you aware modern day Russia isn't anywhere close to USSR Russia? I'm not sure how he's pro-Russia because he's literally been calling for war crimes on Russia since the start of the invasion. I also need to ask, have you actually watched Hassan, or have you just seen clip chimps and read people's comments? Yeah, I know tankies are delusional. But, like, he's not pro-Russia at all. Like, if he was pro-Russia, he'd be pro-Israel, and he's definitely not pro-Israel. So again, Bruce, I need to ask you, have you actually watched Hassan? Like, actually watched his YouTube videos? Or have you just watched clip chimps online from commenters? Because there are an army of people that are trying to literally have him unalive himself and make his life as miserable as possible. So they try to paint him in the worst ways possible.
To a group, duties that are superior in every way to every right any individual or group otherwise would have. Victimhood, the belief that one's group is a victim. This feeling justifies virtually any action towards an enemy without any moral or legal limits. Decline.
That sounds familiar.
Feeling of a group's decline or fear of that decline due to individualism, liberalism, class conflict, or foreign influences.
This sounds familiar.
The need for a closer, purer
Where have I heard this stuff
by
before?
Consent, if possible, but also the feeling that violence is acceptable to create this community. Authority. The desire for authority by male leaders, leading to a single savior figure who is alone capable of bringing about a group's desires. Superiority. Feeling that this leader's instincts are superior to logic and reason. Violence.
Also, if you actually watched Hassan, you'd realize his thing is not Stalin. It's more Lenin than Stalin.
Admiration for the violence and the efficacy of willpower as they relate to one group's desires. And domination. The feeling that a chosen people have some biological right over another group of people, and that human or divine law should not infringe on that right. Together, these 9 feelings, Massa wrote, would mobilize fascist movements in ways that logic alone could not explain. To look only at intellect, ironically, ignores...
So this last little bit here that we just watched is a pretty good summation of people's emotional feelings on it. No, I watch everything in depth. Piker is pro-Russia, but he figured out, oh shit, that isn't the narrative. I need my Taikin money. His whole aesthetic back in the day was Stalinism. Dude, I watched congressional hearings and Senate hearings in full multiple times. No, it was full Stalinism, and then he changed. And then chat was like, you are fucking up. Then he changed. Again, I don't think you understand that Russia isn't anywhere close to Stalinism. Russia is a fucking capitalist hellscape. Oligarchy. So I don't know how you think he's pro-Russia. Again, most of the people that say he's pro-Russia have only clip chimped him or heard from other people on the internet. Yeah, I don't do clips. Yeah, Russia isn't close to Stalinism now, but they dream of the days of old. They don't necessarily dream of Stalinism. They dream of the Soviet Union. They dream of being a superpower within the country. I don't do clips. I'm very confused. If he was pro-Russia, wouldn't he have supported the invasion of Ukraine? Wouldn't he have had said for years that Russia should continue to expand and become the Soviet Union again? I'm just kind of confused on you saying that he's pro-Russia, because I've been watching him for years and never gotten that, feeling from him. He loves Stalin because Stalin was really good at killing Nazis. But Stalin post-war said he fucked up a lot. So that's where I'm confused.
It's the most powerful part of fascism as an ideology. Feelings. Indeed.
No, because Twitch didn't support the invasion. He was talking about Azov and shit, and then slowly morphed. Dude, even Fortnite backed Ukraine. Yeah, he was talking about the Azov Battalion because the Azov Battalion are Nazis. Also, there's Nazis on the Russian side as well. He was talking about us giving weapons to the Ukrainians and ensuring that Nazis don't get the fucking guns. Because typically in these wars for liberation, the most reactionary people are the ones that are seen as liberators because they're very good at propaganda. And when CNN and MSNBC and all these other countries interview people in Ukraine, it was always fucking Nazis. Yeah, but it took months for him to take full Ukraine position. It was a fight. No, he literally, no, he didn't at all. It was the next day. That week, he said, there's no way Russia's going to invade Ukraine. It's fucking stupid. And he's also saying the State Department within the United States has lied so many fucking times because of the military-industrial complex that it's not a bad analysis. It was incorrect, ultimately, yes, but he fessed up to it. He's like, I was fucking wrong. And he immediately posted that Putin is bad. And he said it constantly, Putin is bad. So to say that he was pro-Russia at the beginning of it is crazy because he literally, he was fighting chat even after Russia went in. He was still talking about Azov and patches. He said he was wrong after everyone flooded him. His problem with the Azov battalion was that they were getting weapons without any restrictions and without any tracking of the weapons to ensure that they don't continue to get into reactionary forces' hands. It was a pressure campaign, bro. What are you talking about? Dude, I was in those chats. I literally have watched every single one of his streams since 2017. I've watched every minute. Actually, I missed today's, but I'm going to watch it tonight and tomorrow. He was not pro-Russia. That was so fucking bad faith. I feel like you're gaslighting me, Bruce. Son is so dumb, he had to be bullied to fully take the Ukraine position. Even now, he's like, yeah, Russia, but don't get it twisted. No, he's never said that. I'm willing to bet you've never watched any of his fucking streams. Bruce, this has been an incredible conversation, but I fully disagree with your assessment.
It is the feeling of fascism that has caused it to have such an enduring legacy.
I watched that mini-headed nerd since he was doing bro code on YouTube. Okay? That's fine. But I don't think you're interpreting this correctly.
For better or for worse, today we get so riled up in things resembling fascism that we recklessly throw the word around. And in a way, that is indeed a triumph.
Also, are you conflating the Soviet Union and Russia? Because it sounds like that's what you're doing. Because he liked shit the Soviet Union was doing. Doesn't like what the shit that Russia was doing. There's a difference between the Soviet Union and Russia.
triumph of past fascist regimes. Fascism.
I have the time to accumulate an insane amount of information, which is kind of depressing. Yeah, me too. It sucks. It sucks. I wish I had other shit to do and I didn't have brain rot, but I do. No, the Soviet Union. Okay. So if he's pro-Soviet Union, and this is currently Russia, and we've already established that Russia isn't remotely close to the Soviet Union, then how can you say he's pro-Russia on the Ukrainian, on the invasion of Ukraine? It's like you're forgetting Hassan from 6 years ago. I'm not. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Crimea. You're talking about Crimea because he lives in the Soviet past. I mean, he doesn't. You're talking about Crimea because Crimea, all the journalists, all the outlooks, shit. All the, all the publications went to Crimea and literally interviewed people on Crimea and gauged their input and favorability and literally said that the people of Crimea wanted to go to Russia. I think that's what you're saying he's pro-Russia about, because that is the only thing for him that you could constitute as pro-Russia, because he fucking hates Putin. He hates the oppression and he hates imperialism. And what Russia is doing to Ukraine is imperialism. His chat was spamming LOL Russian shoulders and tanks in his subreddit. He had to be like, please stop. It makes me look bad. Lowly Russian soldiers and tank. Please stop. It makes me look bad. Lowly Russian soldiers and tanks? What? I'm confused. I mean, he notoriously talks about how he doesn't check his subreddit and he tries to avoid Reddit at all costs. I don't remember that. I remember most everything from his streams, so.
Fascism struck humanity harder than perhaps any modern political movement in terms of physical devastation and spiritual.
He also lies like a biatch.
So now, perhaps justifiably, we remain on high alert. But the problem is
So I'm confused. Do you like Hassan or do you hate Hassan? Because if you hate him, stop watching him. If you've been watching him for that long, know his chat was spamming anime teen girls and tanks with USSR flags. That's USSR flags. That's not Russian flags. Because last I checked, the USSR included Ukraine. I'm also Ukrainian, so I'm very confused on what you think you're going to get out of this.
Everyone is a fascist. No one is a fascist. Personally fear that we are dangerously close to the word fascism losing its meaning entirely. And when that happens, the real fascists can disappear into the shadows, duck under the crossfire all too easily. They can sneak into power, exploiting our ignorance and exploiting the same emotional groundwork as past fascist regimes have done. The monster of fascism is not dead, but the first step to killing it is learning what it looks like.
Yup. All right, this video is pretty decent. The video was pretty good. Spank Me, thank you for sharing that with us. It was unsettling, though, but I think it was purposely done like that. All right, chat. Hassan could be a comedian. He's kind of funny. I watch Evelyn and I hate to understand their perspective. I believe I should at least hear people out. If I ignore a group, I'm doing harm to myself because I'm cutting myself out from knowledge. Love how it looks. Okay, Bruce. I avoid fucking conservatives and Nazis. That doesn't make me, you know, ignorant of them because I know what their talking points are, because the only thing conservatives actually conserve is talking points. Bruce knows everything. Well, Bruce Wayne does not know everything, because if he knew everything, he'd pay his fair share in taxes and actually take care of the city of Gotham instead of beating up people's mental illness. So chat, that is going to be it for me tonight. This is far longer than I thought I was going to be today. Ooh, that's really loud. This is far longer than I thought it was going to be on. Congress gave me loopholes, blame them. Great sesh. Yeah, spank me. I appreciate the video. Bruce, it was a pleasure to chat with you. And that last bit of conversation, I just disagree with you. I can't say anything else. I've watched every single one of his streams for years at this point, and I'd say he's pro-Soviet Union. I don't think he's pro-Stalin. He admits Stalin fucked up, but he said Stalin was really good at fucking killing Nazis. Nice to meet you. No harm, no foul, no hate, buddy. Good. It was nice to meet you too. I have 4 people in here. Screw it. I'm gonna raid Will Neff because he just started GTA, and this is who we were watching earlier. And he just started GTA RP. So I'm gonna raid Will Neff and spank me, Bruce. It was a pleasure chatting with you. Bruce, wish you the best. You got some blessing to you or as yours. Good night. Good night, guys. And enjoy Will Neff, because I will be enjoying him. So chat, I'll see you later. Oh my god, this is my first raid. Oh my god. Is it working? Is it going through? Is it happening? Did it go through? I'm still live. I don't know what's happening. Am I doing this right? Oh, here we go. We're heading over. See you, chat.